$25 for the pool, anybody? Okay, I'll take it. All right, Marcus, we ready? We good? Ready back here? All right, guys, we're gonna turn your lanes on for 10 minutes of practice.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Bowlstream TV. Please let me know if you can hear me okay. Emil Williams Jr. We're live from Plano Super Bowl for the 16 toughest games in Texas, known as the Ironman, the Texas Ironman tournament. 8 games on short, a lunch break, and then 8 games on a long pattern. This is the 5th year of existence for the tournament. Nathan Bohr, who is in the field, he is the defending champion. He won the first, or the inaugural Texas Ironman, and then won the 4th version of it last year. And in between that time, Jacob Buttrick won the 2nd iteration. Ryan Barnes won the 3rd. And so here we are, Texas Ironman number 5. There is Ryan Barnes, and that's a rare miscue. A little bit of some different things right here off the bat here. Hope all of you are doing okay. Want to thank Chris C.T. Turner for an opportunity to partner in regards to the live stream. Big shout out to the former tournament director and also live streaming partner Chris Lucas. And Perfect Strike, always good to simply just pay homage. I know exactly what it takes to stream long days, long nights. I do not know what it takes to stream long days, long nights and run a tournament. And so shout out to Chris Lucas for that. Taking care of a few housekeeping notes just to make sure things work like they should. There's always that bit of nervousness, if you will, when the first block or the first squad of any tournament gets going. Well, you've watched a lot of live streams, so you know. I'll throw the lane pattern on the screen here in just a second. But if you have any questions throughout the day, please drop them into the chat. I'll try to help you as best as I can. If I don't know the answer, I'll certainly find someone who will. So we start here again, 27 through 30. Valesio Salvador, Nash Fitzgerald, John Delaney, Michael Hopper, John Burkett, Ryan Barnes, Cody Utoff, and Dominic May. I just heard a lot of good stuff about Nash. I think he's either just finished high school, picked up bowling pretty late in his career, but looks like he's going to be off and running pretty soon. What you see bottom right of your screen there is looks like someone is trying to get a ceiling fan to work. Again, game 1 just underway. There are several notables in the field. And of course, if you're somewhat familiar with the state of Texas and bowling, you know they are arguably arguably the best, one of the best states for sure, in regards to just total talent. So we got players like Anthony Simonson. I mentioned Nathan Bohr, of course, John Burkett on your screen. Stu Williams is bowling. Stu has not missed, I believe, match play, what I was told. Shout out to Janice Shinlin, who has provided me with some nuggets of info, of course, of the history of the tournament. She's also great with in regards to lane assignments, rotations. We've got names, of course, and then as you can see, I'm able to utilize a little bit of lane talk. You can, with that said, you can use lane talk this week. Plano is very active in regards to lane talk, and so with names, thanks to Janice, you can follow your players throughout the day. Of course, when they move away from our featured pairs, we'll have 27 through 30. Bottom right now is 31 through 34, and then we'll be sneaking at 35 through 38 as well. If you wouldn't mind too, please share as you enter the chat. Love for you to hit the thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed already to Bowlstream TV, the schedule is filling up nicely for the remainder of the year. In fact, yeah, got some coming up in June. Shout out to Theo Duthay, Cactus Classic in Phoenix. Then on to August, the New Mexico Open. Then on to October with the Agent Ong Open. Shout out to Carl Ong as well. So please subscribe to Bowlstream TV. Approaching 10,000 subscribers, which would be a pretty cool accomplishment if we can get there. If we can get there before the end of the year, well, of course, that'd be great. If not, certainly we'll be pushing toward in 2026. Big thanks to all of the sponsors here of the Texas Ironman. PlatinumFord. Adam Vinzi is here. He is competing. General Manager over at Platinum. And, of course, Victory Bowlers led by Chris C.T. Turner. Also, thank you to Plano Super Bowl, our host, Chris Warren's Pro Shop of PBA Tour lore. If that fame or that name does sound familiar, it is that Chris Warren. He runs the Pro Shop here inside of Plano Super Bowl. If you've seen a few videos, or if you follow someone like a Stephanie Johnson, for example, she practices here a lot. There is a lane inside of Chris Warren's Pro Shop for practice, lessons, etc. So if you're in town and want to check out Chris Warren's Pro Shop, you should definitely do that. K&H, thank you to Storm and H5G. Again, short pattern first on the list. Long pattern to follow. And let's take a look at what this pattern might provide us here today. After John Delaney's first shot here, we'll take a look at the pattern. Left side of your screen. Oh, just got to lean on it, John. It wouldn't lean. There's the pattern, 38 feet. 29.7 mils. And the graph kind of looks to be a standard quote-unquote short pattern, but it is 1.89 to 1. Not even 2 to 1. And so there's some extra level of variance there. 10 loads at 2 to 2 there. Bumped out to, again, 38. Stopped at 30. But so far, if you get it going right early, it does look to be a little bit troublesome. Could be a couple of channel dwellers. This could be the one, though, that, you know, helps feed the appetite, if you will. Hopefully, players want to get off to a good start as best as they can. Boy, that one, that looked like it was going to kind of make the hill a little bit fair for John Burkett. Of course, John, former Major League pitcher, now a consistent performer and a good one on the PBA 50 tour. Lives in DFW. Brianna Rash is I'm guessing you're saying supposed to be working. Brianna, well, I talked to Thomas Gwynn. Appreciate Thomas Gwynn. He introduced himself, and he said I'm often on when he is at work, and I've helped him get through a lot of financial processes and things he does for his profession. So hopefully on a Saturday, if you are at work, Brianna, we will be here literally all day and all night. I don't anticipate, well, no one anticipates leaving here until probably a little bit after midnight. But if there's some strikes that may take place here this morning, which I haven't seen a ton, to be honest, so far on the short pattern, that might speed up the pace a little bit. I think there's only one group with a pair of 5, and everyone else has 4 on a pair. So we'll be pretty consistent in regards to pace throughout the day. That pair could get interesting with on 27 and 28. Got some players playing already at 4th arrow. The majority of the field does look to be around the gutter, especially if you're right-handed. There are some trying to play the track. I see a lot of urethane, as you might imagine. Tough leave there for Burkett. Cody Utoff. Slow start here for Cody. He's got the Argyle jersey rolling. So much so that on the back of that jersey it says Fake Fagan, which I immediately got when I saw the name this morning. Anthony Simonson off to the right. Take a look at Simo here in a moment. Actually, his pair next door, James Fugit. Anthony Simonson. Got a couple of players off to a good start over there. No strikes yet for Stu Williams. Ryan Barnes, 4-pin. They are tough. There's no free hook, it looks like. So watching a couple players, there were some spots where I thought urethane was going to get up the hill, and it did not. Dare I say that reactive might be a good choice here on the fresh. But, you know, push a little oil down. Create a little hole. Once you get into reactive, it should be good. Should. Dallas Leong over there on 25 and 26. Good start. Spare 5-bagger for Dallas. He's starting on the right lane, so he is going to move right. Right lane moves right, left lane moves left, if I was told correctly. Throughout the day, we'll have Chris Turner will join us. Talk about what's going down, of course, with the tournament. Victory Bowling. See what game one will provide us here. Let's get you the Lane Talk link. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Again, we'll be here all day long. Please share, tell your friends where you're watching and how. When you go to Lane Talk, of course, don't be alarmed. There are some lanes, kind of what is like the VIP area here at Plano, 1 through 8. On the extreme low end, there's some open play going down, so that's the first thing you might see when you open up the Lane Talk link. We'll pin that at the top for a sec. Since everybody is going to be, well, we'll see a lot of these players here in just a moment in regards to moving left and moving right. After Ryan Barnes, we'll take a look at Stu and Anthony Simonson in full screen here in a moment. Ryan Barnes, a couple of gutters here to start the day. Actually, let me look at my screen or my notes again on. I mentioned Dallas was going to move right, but he may not. He's not actually. He started on 25, so he's going to move left. He actually may not get to us until this afternoon on the long pattern. Utah got his first strike in the 7th. Let's see if he can double. Simonson now full screen. James Fugit again. Nick Black, Mark Dean the second. Lowell and or Anthony Simonson. Beef Stew, of course, Stu Williams, Coley Fultz, Gustavo Sue, and Weldon Stites. Packy Hanrahan also bowling. Packy's bowling. Diana Zavyalova is bowling. Fania Kobo also bowling. Nicolette Gaudette. I believe we have 3 women competing. 2 of those players do bowl on the PWBA Tour. Nicolette is always bowling, whether it's local and or national. She's bowled a ton of national events in the past, and certainly everything local. Eric Jones, budding superstar on the PBA Tour, is competing. He's down on the high end. At least one collegiate player that I recognize. Actually, no, there's 2. Connor Fleming, who made Team USA this year. He is competing this week. Saw his dad Paul in the building helping out early. So that's one collegiate player. I think Connor Well, I should say this. I saw a Connor Fleming recently announced on the Wichita State Development Squad. But there could be a lot of Connor Fleming, so you can't assume. Donovan Lake, also a collegiate player. He is from, he bowls out of Calumet College of St. Joseph. That spare off to the left there was from John Burkett. So Burkett, he can get to 198. Stu finally again as with the first strike as mentioned. Hello, Larry. Outside of Dallas, Weldon might have the longest string of strikes. Actually, no, I see Scott next door. Looks like a four-bagger as well. Appreciate the early risers here on Saturday. It's interesting. Down lane presents like a slight speed bumpish. Slight. Mark with the 4-9 there. Mark Dean the second. That's I felt his pain on that. Missed a couple of spares early. Yeah, that's what I've been expecting there next door there from Burkett. Ball finally saw a little something that it liked down lane. All right, Cully. I can tell you the groups or the players around us right now. Not a lot of games in the 200 realm, but that's to be expected. You see how Simo's attacking him. Closer to the 15-ish. Add the arrows. One more, he'll be in the 220s. Nice shot by Cully, 206. Again, Janice tell me Stu has not missed a cut yet. Simonson will be in the 220s. Looking again at 27 through 30. Nothing standing out. John Burkett did get to 188, which is a pretty good score at this point. All right, Simon gets to see what's out there. 220 even. One more here for Stu. He gives reactive a look. Tenth frame here on 27 through 30. Looks like our group of 5 is on 37 and 38 at the moment. So still a little bowl in there to check out. We'll do that here in a minute. All right, just like that. All done there with 27 through 30. We'll pop over to the right. Thanks to the good people here in Plano. Scott Craddock helping out yesterday. Thanks to Sean, who helped me helped hold a ladder so I can plug in Ethernet and power here in the ceiling. It is the small things, folks, that actually, no, 4 women. We have 4 women here. Shout out to, I believe that's Casey Parcells. So 4 women in the competition here. Chris Warren finishing up left of your screen. You see him as Squeaks, that is his nickname. You'll see Spud there, that is Adam, or Andy Warren, excuse me, that's Chris's brother. I learned that the Warren sibling tree is about 10 deep yesterday. Ooh, nicely done, Casey. We'll take that early. Nicely done indeed. That was a huge spare there. That gets it a 189 on that fill. Again, the top 12 after 12 games today. Top 12 after 12 games of competition. I'm sorry. The top 12 after 16 games, I beg your pardon. 8 on the short and then 8 on the long this afternoon. Top 12 will advance to match play. The top 2 seeds will have a 2-round bye. The numbers 3 and 4 seeds will have a 1-round bye. It will be bracket style this evening. 5 versus 12, 6 versus 11, 7 versus 10, 8 versus 9 in the first couple of rounds. Greg handles that. So just about everyone from where we started, which I believe was lane 17, down to where we are now. Again, this is the only group of 5. You can hear that laugh from here. That was great. Brandon Devoren. Maybe. One more puts him in the 190s.
Start game 2, last and final call for brackets.
Last call for brackets early.
Let's start game 2. You still have time for the second set, but this is your last and final call for the first set of brackets.
Nicely done, Brandon. Nice way to start to get into the 190s. Looks like 29 and 30 ready to go, 31 and 32 ready to go. $198 for Brandon. The high score that I saw without seeing Dallas's first game was Anthony Simonson's 220, but Dallas did start spare 5-bagger and did not see his final. All right, we'll go here. Let's see if Stu can get off to a good start here. Game 2. Boy, not a lot of shave down lane on this. This is 38 feet, folks, but it's not giving 38 feet vibes at all. And the short pattern, or the long pattern, obviously is no gimme as well. I think one of the differences, and well, it's not even a difference. It's a rare similarity in this case, but the volumes are the same for the short and the long. Of course, the players have seen the patterns. They were posted here in the building locally. If you paid your entry early, you actually got a kind of a first-hand or sneak peek look, if you will, at the long pattern earlier in the week, courtesy of Chris C.T. Turner. There were 3 sweepers yesterday also contested on the long pattern. There's a good one. Looks like everybody is now into game 2 for the most part. Any questions on particular bowlers? Again, we've got 27 to 30, 31 to 34. All right, with 31 and 34 again in front of us, we'll welcome in first guest today. He'll be in the booth for a couple times throughout. He's also here helping out the tournament staff. And welcome in Justin Bowie.
Hello.
How you doing?
Doing all right.
You're an official local now.
Yeah.
It's been a few years.
Yeah, I 6 years this year. Moved in July 2019 for work, and now we're here. Now we're local. We've bought a house, and I guess we're official now. Can't just back out of an apartment anymore and move out. So we're here. We're here locked in.
I know you obviously know and bowl with a lot of the players who are competing. Have you bowled this tournament in the past?
I actually have not.
Okay.
I'm not built for this, and that's okay. I'm not I'm not a guy that wants to go bowl 16 games in a day anymore. Maybe when I was 20, but I'm as I mentioned earlier to you, I'm old now, so I don't want to do that anymore. But yeah, no, I got a lot of respect for these guys that want to come out here and compete, and I'm perfectly fine accepting that that's not for me. It's a great shout out Adam Vinci there. But no, I'm here to watch the grind all day, as long as it takes to crown a champion.
And it will take a little bit. Here all day indeed. Trying to find, for the most part, trying to find what I'm thinking is shape down lane, but there's not a lot of them. No. It seems to be.
No, I mean, these are still fairly new lane beds. Put them in last year. So there's a track area. There's a lot of leagues that come through here, but the gutter doesn't look like it hooks all that much. Maybe on the previous lane beds it might have, but when you're kind of already on a pretty flat medium to short pattern, a lot of these guys are going to want to see some friction on the gutter, and it's just not there. So seeing a lot of splits through the middle, try to go around it. A lot of 210s so far. See if anything breaks down and makes it a little bit white, opens it up a little bit, but not to the moment.
Cody's been trying to figure some things out. He started with urethane game 1, into reactive. Now he threw reactive on the fill. About to check in on 27 and 28. John Burkett with 4 in a row, excuse me. Ryan Barnes with a 3-bagger. Finia Kobo has gone double 9 spare over there.
He ran the right pattern on the spare?
It was definitely the right pattern for game 1.
Yeah.
Yes. But perhaps, trial and error, right? You get a whole game to make a lot of mistakes. Try some things that you hope worked, some didn't, probably some did.
Brackets start game 2 also.
Oh, well, there you go.
So that's good. It's good for that pair.
Well, there you have it. That's the real answer. Ryan Barnes actually had a very tough start on 29 and 30. Had a couple of channel dwellers. Stu Williams had to make the big jump. Big jump left with reactive. urethane removed.
Yeah, we'll see if that, so many people still trying to stay in urethane a little bit longer. Obviously, Stu knows his ball motions better than most, and he'll make that jump left, but see if that gives him a little push down lane. Guys throwing these red balls down the middle.
First black cloud of the day. Go check in on John Burkett, and he leaves a washout. Nia Cobo double, 9 spare, and back on the strike train. Before we left 31 to 34, Simonson did strike, so he's gone spare 3-bagger. Again, Simon started 220. Once I get some score updates for you throughout, I will pass those along to you, the viewers. Cobo.
The highest score I saw walking around was maybe about 220, 230. Dallas Leon shot about that, around that score.
Yeah, that was, I saw his start but didn't see his final score. All right, so we'll go Dallas and we'll go Simo as the top 2 scores. Speaking of Fania, she is entered to bowl next week in Cleveland on the PWBA Tour. 3 events next week there, along with Diana Zavyalova. Again, 2 players on the women's tour who are competing next week and competing today. You get a chance to bowl at Plano much?
Yeah, Tuesday nights, Tuesday night league. Mark Dean, who was just on our screen a few minutes ago. Coley Folsey here, up on 32 here in a minute. Yeah, we Tuesday night, 5:45 league, 5-man team. There's a league that bowls after us, so there's the double burn, or the burn league. Got a lot of action through here. And we're running a lot of events here. Phonetic Fridays every Friday, new tournaments every Saturday and Sunday, it feels like. So Tyson Brandon came in, started running a lot of events through here. That have been really, really highly successful. Got another couple coming in on Monday, Memorial Day. And yeah, we spend a lot of time here.
Yeah, it was packed last night.
Yeah.
And I understand every Friday night is packed for Fanatics.
Just about. They really don't take any time off, which is really impressive. People just keep coming back. They kind of come in waves. Some people take some time off and new ones fill in, take that space. They always have a pretty full house depending on the tournament format. A lot of the doubles, trios, and teams fill up quite a bit. Singles are still pretty strong, but they get everybody in here. They get bodies in here every Friday night. It's impressive.
Well, it's clear I won't say the majority of the field because we got a small sample size in front of us, but of the players within the 10-lane radius here, I'd say 80% of them have either A, figured out a better way to the 1-3, and that either includes staying with urethane or getting out of it. It just depends at the moment because Ryan Barnes still in urethane, John Burkett is still in urethane, Anthony Simonson's still throwing urethane, but as we mentioned, Beef Stew is out of urethane, and it looks to be fantastic for him so far.
And that's, I think, in general, that's where he's more comfortable. I don't think Stu's always a big fan of having to throw urethane, so he's got a little bit more tricks than most. Get it through the front a little bit and get to see the right shape down lane. So not surprised. He likes to get left and throw it at the 3-pin as much as he can. I'm expecting some big scores at him on the long pattern later today.
Not surprised at Dallas Leon.
Oh, Mark Dean over here on 33.
What did you
just
say?
Off 6, 7, 9, 10. Greek Church without the 4-pin.
Nicely done. Quick replay of what we were talking about. When's the last time you saw two patterns, different lengths, but with the same volume?
Hardly ever. And I mentioned that when I first saw the patterns to CT actually this week. So it's gonna get it's gonna get interesting. I saw it as exact same volume. I didn't look at the passes or the loads or anything, but yeah, it's like they're 15 feet different in the exact same volume. So guys are gonna adjust their surfaces accordingly, I'm sure, for the second go. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I don't think I've ever seen that.
No, I was taken aback. I was like, whoa.
I've definitely seen lower on a longer pattern, maybe in comparison to the short. But yeah, 29.3 mils, I think, something like that. Even still, I wouldn't really be surprised to see guys throwing urethane on the 53-foot pattern either tonight.
Good break from or for Stu. Bottom right of your screen, nearly the 6-7-10. That group is in the 8th frame already. I got to give Cully a shout out here. If that was indeed Cully, I had to make sure. Is Cully wearing a White Sox hat?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he an actual White Sox fan?
I don't think so. I think I've asked him before. He just likes the logo.
Okay.
He'll wear a Reds hat every once in a while, too. So he just likes sports logos. He might not even watch baseball, to be completely honest with you.
I was going to give him some props. But the White Sox logo is historically, it's always been a classic type logo. Wow, that was a really good shot there from Utah, bottom right. Finally saw something from the gutter, and he leaves a 4.79.
He's one of the few I've seen throwing big reactive out on the gutter. And that's going to be inherently very touchy. I know Eric Jones was kind of doing the same thing. I think he bowled pretty good the first game. I think he came out. It was plus for sure. He's throwing a big ball right up 5 to 2. And the guys that can control it give you obviously a better pin carry than your thing will out there.
Texas Ironman, courtesy of PlatinumFord. Thanks to them. Speaking of PlatinumFord, Adam's just on your screen, Adam Vinci. Learned a lot about, of course, just what he does, what PlatinumFord does, not just for here, but bowling in North Texas in general. Good shot again from Stu. This time 10-pin.
I don't believe we have coverage over there, but Gid Rash looks like front 7 on 22. They were a big game.
He was in the well, everybody was a Calcutta topic this morning, but it sounded like he either hasn't been bowling for, I think someone said maybe a couple of years.
I think he just practices a lot. I don't think he's been getting a lot of competition lately, but he's still got the fire in him. The kid's a great player. I think he's back in Longview now, back in Texas. I know he moved away for a little bit, but been back in Longview, I think, for at least a year or so.
Some people have managed to figure out how to get urethane to shape in the middle of the lane so far here on this short pattern, and that might be helping the cause because of the high volume.
I'd agree with that. That would make sense. I know Packy started really shaping a black hammer. I don't know where he ended up in the game. It wasn't a great start, so he probably got out of it pretty quickly. And I know through practice, through at least the first 4 or 5 frames, game 1, he was probably sliding around 25 to 30 getting out there. So. Kid is up on 22. See if I don't black cloud another poor guy. I did not. Front 7 now. He had front 6 before. Front 7 now.
If you are just joining us, you're watching game 2. As you can see, game 2 of 8 here in the short pattern. Short pattern is the first challenge of the day. This afternoon and the evening challenge will be the long pattern at 53 feet. Another one there for Cully in the 10th frame. So 9 gets him, of course, to even this game.
He shot about 204 the first game, 205. He's very happy to get to even. He did throw a little gutter duster in there. His goal today is to stay even, and I think that'll be enough to get him definitely cashing, at least maybe a spot in the finals. Just see how the long pattern plays out, but the short looks like, as you said, some guys have definitely figured it out this game. We'll see some scores go up, but over the course of 8 games, we'll see where that plays. And Cully got 6. So probably even for the day.
No, we can't talk about people. We can't talk good about people in any kind of live stream scenario. It always happens. $197 though. I would take that. It's a good score. See Anthony Simonson score, or if you don't, that's Lil Ant. As you are watching and you go, who is Lil Ant? That's Anthony Simonson.
We do have some nicknames in here. I was trying to see. I know Stu was up, and I saw BEE. I was like, wait, I don't know who that is, but yeah, I put it together eventually. Kid missed in the 8th frame. Just a 10-pin, I think. Still a good game here.
Mark Dean the second. Game 1, he left a 4-9 on the first shot, the 10th. This time he leaves a 9-pin. It just won't let him be great. But he can get to 192. John Burkett did shoot 220. One more look at Fania Kobo full screen. This is her fill shot. Strike to get her to 235. And she gets a look at reactive. Stu, fill shot. Oh. And Ryan Barnes.
Ryan shot 800 last night in phonetics.
Oh, shake that off.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he averages about 800 in phonetics. I see the post every week when he's home from tour. He got to bowl with, I think, Linda and Troy. Trio event last night, so that's fun for them.
It's cool that, I mean, of course, this area of the country, obviously known for great bowlers, both at the national level and certainly the local state level. But, you know, sometimes you get players home from tour and there's not a ton of stuff for them to bowl just because of, you know, things that might be available, may not be available to them as tour players, etc. So some cool stuff obviously going on and always happens in North Texas and again across the state. Simonson for an opportunity possibly at the highest game of the day, depending on what Gid finishes with. You see Barnes, bottom of your screen, leaves a 245, so 211. That group, everyone is going to be in the 2 teams as long as Michael Hudson there gets good count.
And Fania with the 230, high on the pair.
Ooh, well, you almost made that joker. That's about as good as you can get right there.
It's the kind of pair you walk over to and get a little excited.
That's the overconfident pair.
Right. It's like, I just shot 170. Oh, I got a chance here. I'm going to make this back quick.
That's the overconfident pair. Swing gets extra loose for no reason. Again, left lanes move left, right lanes are moving right.
All day. So you stay with your partner all 16 games. So make a friend if you don't know him already. You'll be hanging out for the next 12 hours together.
There were one score better than even Dallas Leong after one.
Sean Sadat.
And it was Sean Sadat who shot 234. Dallas Leong 224. Anthony Simonson 220. Garrett Gaster at 213. Nathan Bohr 212. Tied with Eric Jones at that number. Michael Hudson 211. And he just shot 210 again. Zach, I would assume that's Wojciechowski. Do you know?
Zach Wojciechowski. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
210. Chandler Rich 209. Lorenzo
Kinagok.
Say that again.
I believe it's a Kinagok. I'm probably butchering that as well, but he had a good start actually, so just petered off a little bit because he had a good start to the game one for sure.
For reference sake, after the first game, 12th was +1, which was Nathan Eaton.
Coley, Emil has a question for you about your hat. You,
No, not really.
you just like the logo, right? Don't you?
Mom's side of the family has all her families up there, but there's zero ties. You know, it was actually a gift from Anthony Lavery, so.
Shout out Anthony Lavery if he's watching.
Gotcha. I need different colors.
I can respect that.
Yeah.
You need different colors. You're wearing black on black.
I am. It caught my eye earlier. I was like, okay, I gotta have it.
So, you know, all the time. So if that means
That helps.
I like him.
Cully's one of my favorite guys. Really good friends. Rooming together at Nationals again this year. Looking forward to that event. We bowled pretty good last year as a team. I think we finished 26th in team all events, something like that. Cully and Benji Martinez, Nathan Bohr, and RJ Kalan. RJ's here local.
Shout out to my guy RJ.
Yeah. Just trying to drag him out here and get him out to bowl, but he lives in Fort Worth, so about an hour and a half away.
That's one of the things I learned when I was living here. Those that don't know, I used to live in DFW. I was a USBC employee for 4.5 years. And we had 2 PWBA events here. One was the U.S. Women's Open, and then the Players' Championship was here in Plano.
Yep.
I lived in Fort Worth, near Keller. And I had no idea until I had to make that drive every day how far it actually was.
Yes.
I was like, oh, this is not close.
I had, I don't know, most people know I had hand surgery this past year, and my surgery was in Keller. And I don't think I had actually driven over there yet, and we were still in Richardson at the time. And Caitlin definitely had to make that drive. I was staring at the sky for about an hour and a half.
Yeah, it's tough. Nicolette.
Hands up. Nicolette's another grinder. She bowls a lot, practices a lot. Doesn't drill a lot of balls. She's just very comfortable with her equipment. Knows what everything does. She probably has a rotation of 5 or 6 balls. And for somebody that bowls all the time, it's kind of rare these days. She knows what everything does. Very confident in her equipment, and she's not scared to bowl against anybody. She bowls every tournament, scratch, men's, women's, doesn't matter. And get to bowl a lot of events with with Nico. We won. We've gotten top 5s, top 3s plenty of times. She's always fun. We play off each other a lot. Really enjoyable with Nico.
That's a severely underrated item that, you know, someone really keeps to a minimum on ball choices.
Yeah. She's got an ocean vibe. She'll probably throw it at some point today that she will probably got 2,000 games on it. She just knows what that ball does. Looks like Gid's split in the 10th. Yeah, Gid opened the 7. Still a good score. Nathan Borish, 212 first game. He's in the 180s this game. For those that don't know, Squeaks, you'll see Squeaks on the board. That is Chris Warren, Hall of Famer Chris Warren. First time I got to bowl with him was PBA 50 in Houston. And I didn't know why all of his stuff had Squeaks on it. So I had to figure it out. Still don't really fully remember the story. But we had a good, I think we finished 3rd maybe?
Was this over-under?
Over-under,
okay.
yeah. Over-under, PBA 50, guest, for lack of a better term. Yeah, I think we finished 3rd. It's a good event. .202 for Billy Laney. I'll take that. Again, 2-0, 2-teen. The rare situations of 220, 230. There's been a handful to this point as we are near completion of officially game number 2. I want to thank again, first of all, the entire tournament staff, which we'll have in a moment.
You want something funny about talking to stream? I just shot 240.
You made that big
Okay,
spare.
tournament bowlers, we're going to have this small delay this last time between games while the pairs move. After game 3, starting with game 4, it's going to be A, B, C, D, and so on and so forth for the remainder of the day so we can cut this glitch out. So bear with us right now while the names move. We'll bowl this game this way, and then moving forward after that, we'll go to letters.
So 240. I had 7 and every single one of them carried.
How you doing, Gary?
Eric, did you just say you Brooklyn 7 times game 1? They all struck?
About 4 boards of mystery and go Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I could not get my ball up to it.
Yeah.
And it would just lock up and stand on Brooklyn.
That's incredible.
Definitely on that. Maybe not the next pair.
Eric Jones said he shot 240 with 7 Brooklyns, but he actually was lined up. He had room. 4 boards, he said, of room to miss, but he just couldn't get his ball left. I'll take it either way.
60 over? No matter how you got to get there, especially when a pattern like this is so flat. I think it's the shorter pattern's a little bit higher ratio.
The bake sale's been bought out, so please help yourself to goodies at the bake sale table. Also, after the first 8 games, remember we'll have lunch down in the VIP room, courtesy of PlatinumFord. All things cars, new and used. See Adam Vincey, he will take care of you. Definitely takes care of the bowlers.
Brandon finished game 1 in the 190s. In fact, he shot 198 through the back 4. Now spare to get him to spare strike to get him to 181. All right, we do have game 3 getting started on 27, 28, 29, and 30. Quick programming note. I think we're going to complete basically half the block, or the first half. There is a minor glitch into the scoring rotation, and so that's actually what is kind of delaying the start of each game. And I think Janice, as I was going to give her a shout out again, Shinlin, I think basically it's kind of manually having to make the moves via the scoring system. So for our purposes, we will then have to move away from lane talk. We can keep it, but it won't help you to a degree. I guess either way, it wouldn't help you much. We'll tell you who A, B,
Right.
and C, B
Yeah.
is.
Game good.
Even with scores or just having score monitors on the screen will help you to some degree. The problem I'll tell you now, the problem on 33 and 34, there's a TV blocking the scoring monitor from the camera placement. That's the only one that actually provides that issue. Yeah, it'll be a little bit different when we get to the finals tonight. We can move around it, make it work a little bit better. So at game 5, hey, don't say, and we can't see the score. I know, we'll tell you. I didn't do it on purpose. I prepared for, lane talk. We already had those conversations. But things happen in bowling term.
Yeah.
And we adjust.
Yeah, it's first and foremost what's most efficient for the bowlers. They're not waiting around in between
Correct.
every game, so we'll adjust. You're the man. You'll figure it out. You'll adjust and probably make something better out of it. A little bit more to talk about when we got to tell everybody who's who, so they can't just watch.
That's right.
They got to take it off mute.
That means also if someone is not wearing a last name on the jersey, I need to make sure I know who it is.
Right.
Good group here, though. Nick Black, James Fugit. We see Corey Umbrello, Marshall Morrison. Well, there were a lot of players just around the concourse when his name came up this morning in regards to action.
Marshall is one of the best around here. He will bowl anything and everything and just strike 4 days. It's a little annoying. But we won doubles last year, so he does throw some pity out and bowl with me every once in a while. We won North Texas City doubles at Forum Bowl last year together because he shot 800. Wasn't me, it was all him, but it's a good team. Corey Umbrello here, your reigning Texas Masters champion as well. Pre-event that gets everybody ready for the Masters, get an entry to the main event. Kind of ran away with it from what I can remember.
What's the format there?
So I believe it's like 8 games the first day, come back for a cut, you bowl 4 or 5 more, and then the pins actually drop. They drop completely to like top 12 or top 16, and then they just bowl round robin match play. So you could be just the guy that barely made the cut and still win the tournament. You could be 200 pins back and still win the tournament. I know. Not to call him out, but Dimitri Cruz did that a couple years ago. He was, I think, first man in and then got hot in match play. Pins dropped, won the tournament. So it's kind of a unique format. Some like it, some don't. But it works. Always gets good entries. And the winner not only gets a good check, but an entry into the USBC Masters.
I assume the Queens is the same way?
Yeah, the
or
Queen.
format, rather?
Yeah, the Blue Bonnet Queens. Texas Blue Bonnet Queens. Same format, same weekend. Just kind of alternate shifts between the men and the women.
In the same venue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Same weekend, same time. They alternate between the morning and the late shifts year to year. So sometimes the men will start at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. The next year the women will flip-flop, and then they all bowl match play at the same time. Senior event of that as well, but that usually occurs about 2 or 3 weeks before. Senior Masters and Senior Women's, Senior Blue Bonnet Queens.
Good morning, Larry, and good morning to everyone who is watching the Texas Ironman here. We got the short pattern on the lanes. This is game 3. My name is Emil Williams Jr. with Bowlstream TV. Justin Bowie, kind enough to join me for a little bit. He is here on behalf of the tournament staff, Victory Bowling, led by Christopher C.T. Turner. See that Victory logo on the left side of your screen. Of course, big sponsored, powered by PlatinumFord, Plano Super Bowl, Chris Warren's Pro Shop, K&H Storm, H5G, and of course, Pleasure to be here, courtesy again of Bowl Stream TV.
So just game 1 updates, but Adam Vinci is off to a good start for his minus 600 bet that he makes every year.
Minus 600 bet?
Yep. Yep. He for the tournament, he'll pick a number and let anybody in on it that he's going to go better or worse than minus 600 for the 16 games. I think last year he went minus 750 or something along those lines. So, but he will bowl all 16 games. He's not going to quit. Adams loves bowling, big supporter, like you said, from PlatinumFord. Does so much for the North Texas bowling community. Boosts up prize funds, league funds, gets people equipment, gets people in cars, and it's a mutually beneficial business model for them. But honestly, you know, they're a supporter of mine, sponsor of mine as well, and just can't thank PlatinumFord enough for what they do for the North Texas bowling community. I've never really seen anything like it. Just from a big company that wants to come in and support the sport. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I remember hearing about PlatinumFord a couple years back and just kind of started seeing more and more from a social media perspective, and you know, understanding that there's a test drive.
Yeah.
If you test drive a vehicle, you could win a free ball.
So if you go to PlatinumFord in Terrell, Texas, you go test drive any vehicle. You will receive a brand new rotor grip bowling ball, free of charge, no strings attached. You don't have to sign up for anything. Show your USB-C card, and get a free ball. Right now, I know they have Chenchin Star S2s is the new one.
Ooh.
I believe that's what Adam's throwing right now.
I might need to change my flight.
Yeah, I got some Idols, Idol Pearls, Idol Solids, and a pretty cool spare ball. We got the spare balls with the tire on it, PlatinumFord branding. You see a lot of people in North Texas throwing that spare ball, just continuing to support Adam, support the PlatinumFord brand. But yeah, it's cool. You know, they got the PlatinumFord logo inscribed on the balls as well. So the new Attention Stars will have all the regular branding and then just big old PlatinumFord logo on it. Just continue to promote that brand. But yeah, free of charge. Limit, I think, 1 per person, 1 per family. But go out and test drive a car. That's all you got to do. Check them out.
Great program. Should have a Game 2 update here shortly. Appreciate, again, the tournament staff. After 1, if you just joined us, Sean Sadat. Sadat? Thank you. 234. That was your Game 1 high, 12th. Taking the top 12, again, after all 16 games tonight, was +1.
I believe we have 1 pair in the house with 5, so that is the slight delay on getting all the scores in. Did have 1 no-show this morning, so intending to have 2 pairs of 5. We did have one gentleman not appear. Hopefully all is good with him. Emil, I'll be here till you kick me out, so whenever you're ready, let me know.
Well, I normally don't pass up help opportunities to share.
We'll be here all day.
Yeah, no, at some point CT will pop in and discuss what's going down. I'm in with Adam here, so I'm on this. Let's go with the plus over 600.
It's a great shot, Adam. Yeah, you hit that. Thank you, sir. Game 2 update.
And Dave, just like that. There you go.
That guy's pretty good.
Anthony Simonson plus 77, 220, 257. Dallas Leong, 224, 244 plus 68. Eric Jones, the 246 with 7 Brooklyns. He's third at plus 58.
7 Brooklyns.
Nathan Eden, fourth at plus 38. Scott
Boots.
Okay. Plus 29 in fifth. Okay, I gotta talk to Lorenzo. That's the one that's going to.
We got to get his name right. You know how to say Lorenzo's last name?
Who?
Lorenzo.
Huh?
You know how to pronounce Lorenzo's last name correctly?
No.
I appreciate his honesty. Lorenzo, 6th at plus 28. Michael Hudson, 7th at plus 23. Ildemaro Ruiz, 8th at plus 20. He's actually tied for 8th with Chris Delaney. Andrew Bonin. We'll get a confirmation on that too. 10th. He's plus 14. John Burkett, the big 220 in that previous game, which we talked about, is 11th currently. Cully. How do you pronounce his last name? Fulsey is plus 3, currently 12th. 13th for context, plus 1. That is Riley Patton, who was the number.
Gid with that good start to game 2 brought him back from the 160 start. Only be 6 back of the cut.
Yeah, no score is too rough right at this point in time. Yeah, I look at Diana Zavjalova, 189, 199. That's a great start. We'll take that.
Fania with 235 game 2 with a 140 start. He's going to jump her up a lot as well. And a good start to game 3. So she's figured it out. Hope she got in brackets. That'd be good for her.
And I saw your comment that is one name for sure I can't recognize. Even though I let people know, of course, it is Zavjalova Ninichka on tour. Speaking of Kobo, the first sign of trouble there. She's always fun to watch compete. Just her reactions coming back from the foul line are always pretty priceless. Scott there on the bottom right of your screen. Talented lefty. I watched him a little bit during the sweeper last night.
Scott's a good bowler.
He throws it pretty good.
Good friend of mine. Switched to 14 pounds this year and has really figured it out. It's got his hand in a better spot. Stay further left. He's a stocky guy, but still dropped that weight a little bit and got his speed up, got his hand in the right position. He's been bowling really, really well since that switch. I mean, he was great before, but that switch to 14 pounds has really boosted his game a lot this past year.
It's interesting how a lot of players are finding success with 14 pounds.
Yeah, Mark Dean had on screen earlier. He switched to 14 this year. A couple people out here just giving it a try and seeing some results. So
Just
Tampa in for it.
on the whim, like something.
Yeah. No injuries as far as I know. They just wanted to try something and it worked. It's really fun when that actually happens.
Those higher RG numbers must be.
Yeah.
Push.
Hi, Brianna. Miss you out here too. Come on, I know. Thanks for letting us have Gid for the day. Hope he continues that streak and keeps moving up the leaderboard. He's definitely got the talent out here to do it. I've always respected Gid's game. And when he's healthy, he puts in the work. Emil, were you here to get to watch some of the sweeper last night? I was at a work thing.
Yeah,
so
I saw
didn't-
about 2.5. 2.5.
Did they bowl on one of these patterns? Or
Bowl
was
on
it-
a long pattern.
Okay. And the cut was like a little bit plus 16, something like that.
Yeah, I think it was 14-ish
Okay.
over to cash.
Okay.
Packy shot 470
Okay.
to win. I think maybe he bowled twice.
Okay. SASBA messenger there for Michael Hudson on 29. I love that.
Thank you, Soul, in the chat. A Kian Yak.
That makes sense.
Big bucket conversion there from Stu.
Stu just got back from Nationals. I think he left again top 5 in all events. A big day again in the minors pattern. 750, 750, 680 in team, something like that. So he is a Nationals reaper the last few years.
He's come to be a player over time. Like, I think a lot of people appreciate him for what he says.
Yes.
and how he says it.
Yep.
Right. But if you watch his game over time, you know, that's where the real appreciation should come, because he has gotten better and better over time.
Yep.
And continues to get better.
Like to see Stewie win another title here this next year. He's put in the work. You know, he's always close. I think he'll break through again. Well, Ryan Barnes has switched out of urethane. And the stone looks like an idol now. And then he's striking a little bit more. John Burkett also out of urethane.
You had to make the big jump, another big jump, I should say. And for the most part, there's still players kind of, to a degree, playing them slightly everywhere.
Yeah.
There's people now definitely around 20. There's still people with urethane in the track. I don't think there's a ton of people still out, or at least attempting to play out. I think most have kind of shelved that idea. If they didn't see it the first couple of games, it's probably not going to develop there.
Yeah, we'll see if when Cody comes back up, if he's still out there. Ryan is sliding about 30.
He looks into a comfort zone now.
Yep.
He can just
Here
kind
we
of
go.
fire it.
Yep, here we go.
He knows the shape down lane. Talk about a fast rise and ascension.
Yeah, when I moved here, Ryan was bowling one-handed. I was bowling at AMF Louisville. I'll be honest, he probably averaged about 180. He would practice every time after league, because I bowled with some nights with Chris and Sean Lavery and those guys. And yeah, Ryan was probably 180, 190. You know, he was still playing basketball and focusing on that, and then put another hand on it, and became a world beater overnight. Not overnight. He's put in so much work. But it's incredible. I talk to people about it all the time. Like, when I moved here, I saw Ryan. It's like, oh, well, you know, he's just doing it because Dad does it, and he's not taking it too seriously. And now he's on TV every week. So, a 3-4 year span. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, from 1 year, it was like a 1 year difference when he was at Wichita.
Yeah.
You could just, I was just like, oh,
Yeah. Who's that? Is that the same guy?
wow.
He's not been doing it that way his whole life?
No. Yeah, I mean, even when he made the move to two-handed bowling, like when he started at Wichita, he was two-handed. But just the time that he started to the next year, like the full development was unbelievable. Oh my, that's a tough one. There, 7-8. That one develops into for Marshall Morrison. You see Burkett there to the left. He shot 220, and he's got the first one in the 10th there. So John can strike again. That would put him in the 2-0s. If you're just joining us after 2 games, Anthony Simonson, the leader after 2, plus 77. 12th, which is the number tonight, that's the cut for tonight, is plus 3. if you have a question about a particular player, nice shot from Stu. That could be his first double.
I think
No,
that
it's
is-
not. It's not.
Are you
He had a
sure?
double. I think he had a double game too. I think he had a double game too.
Stu is a character.
But if you got a question about a player who's in the field and you're wondering how they're doing, just drop a line in the chat and I'll tell you where they are in the standings. I need a charging block. Do you have a charger block?
I do. Is it a USB-C?
Yes, it
port?
is.
I do. I can go get it.
I appreciate it. You don't have to get at this very long.
Okay.
You can wait till
Well, you let me know.
Yeah, you can wait till this game's over.
Yeah, sounds good.
I appreciate it. I took out all the things I normally would have in my bag to free up space. When I'm traveling for Bowl Stream TV, I carry everything everywhere. And I try to carry a backup of just about everything, which makes backpack heavy, carry-on heavy.
I get it. I get it.
But I didn't bring a charger block.
Looks like Adam Vincey here is going to continue on his journey. 31-32 to the golden minus 600 score. He's, I think, thrown every PlatinumFord ball that we currently have in the inventory this game. He's thrown idle now. Come on, Adam, one time. Gid with another start and has split in the 9th frame again this game. He can punch for a 2-1. He gets out in the 10th.
Let's see. Where Anthony was going right. Yeah, he was going right. So he should be on 35 and 36. So he had 77 in the 5th with a double. Take a look at that pair.
Ryan Barnes got the first one in the 10th, so he's in the 240s.
3 spot 10 only, 40, 3 spot 10.
You guys say Ryan Barnes is really good.
Bobby Auld has said Ryan Barnes is really good. That's your take for the day? Yeah, we agree. We had a little piece. Yeah, we agree. Yeah. Brianna, I see your comment. I had hand surgery. My wrist has always been fine. I know everybody that's watched me bowl thinks I do have wrist problems, but I appreciate it. My hand's all right. I still can't really bowl 16 games like these guys are about to do today, but it's functional, and I'm still able to bowl and compete as much as I can and still beat some people every once in a while. So that's all I can ask for.
I think the first time I met you was, it was definitely at Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
Speaking of Baton Rouge, but 2012, not the
2012.
2025 version.
Yep.
You bowled the Employee League.
Yep.
Justin worked at the Open Championships, so let me give the full context.
my first job.
We both worked at the Open Championships. I was working in the media department then. Justin was a lane monitor.
Lane monitor.
He also was going to LSU at the time, so of course just down the street.
Go Tigers.
And so remember him bowling the league, and then anybody who bowls and has some small level of quirk, right? It shows up instantly. People just gravitate toward it. And you go, oh, okay, that's a different kind of wrist action, right? And then it made so much sense that someone would ask you, hey, is your wrist okay?
Yep.
Or did you have something happen that causes you to do that?
You double jointed.
And you're like,
been asked
nope.
a million times. Like, no, it just kind of happens. I don't do it on purpose. Trust me. Wish I didn't. Hey, Adam.
Hey.
It's a good game, buddy.
Thanks.
How are you tracking? We on pace?
I
On
am.
pace?
I am off pace.
He's off pace.
Yeah, that funny story. That I didn't always throw it like that. I did used to have. We can call it a straight arm swing.
The arm swing still looks straight to me.
It's straight, just my wrist flips upside down. Kind of actually started here in Dallas. I was bowling Team USA trials. They had a summer Team USA trials at the ITRC, and it just kind of came out of nowhere. Started throwing it a little bit slower. Needed to hook it a little bit on the medium pattern, and I just watched video back and was like, my wrist is slipping upside down. I have no idea why, and I just can't get out of it. Tried, tried coaching. Rod Ross has tried to get me out of it. We worked on it, and I wasn't very good. So we went back to what feels natural.
I remember you going to Rod, or not Rod, well, in particular, yes, but like just seeking some opportunity to try to make an adjustment to it to see if you could work it out.
Yep.
And I also remember you saying that's not happening. And then you probably shot 300 as soon as you went back to it.
I think I did, actually. 2 years ago, I think I did. Yeah, I've sought help. I've sought some people to assist. Mark Baker, Mike Jasnow, Rod Ross, the best coaches in the world, and just my body doesn't agree with it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Might be broke. It might be broke. I've had some injuries that I can't explain otherwise, so it might be broke, but we're still here.
Quick look at Anthony Simonson, too. There's Lorenzo. Let me go to our Sol Akianyak.
When you move to your next pair, do not start bowling until you have the letters up on the screen. So we're going to switch over to A, B, C, D, and so on after this. Should give us a smooth transition between games moving forward, but do not start bowling game 4 until you have the letters up on your screen.
Okay. The voice you heard was Chris C.T. Turner. Again, we referenced the tournament staff will move to the ABCD formats. We'll check to see if they will try names again tonight. There was a last-minute adjustment that had to be made.
Yes.
Because there was one no-show, and so someone then was moved, and I'm sure that
did actually cause a problem.
Those happen. Anthony, you know, I don't get a chance to watch the or work the PBA tour a ton just because of my schedule. Its schedule never really works out. I generally go to the Illinois Classic because that one's an hour from my house to work. So I don't get to watch Simo in person a lot anymore. And I miss that because
it's fun to watch. Unless you're bowling against him.
Correct.
And he's throwing a backup ball against you.
Correct.
Yeah. It's demoralizing a little bit.
You sound like you're speaking from experience.
A little bit. We did win the match. Longview doubles a couple years ago. I was bowling with Sean Lavery, and I believe Anthony was bowling with Kevin Williams. And he was throwing a backup ball. And it was not apparently the right idea because we did beat them. But it's my feather in the cap. I beat Anthony on the left side, which is my natural and preferred, but something that he's decided to start beating us at too. Stu Williams did walk by and let me know that he has made his first trip to the truck to go grab another ball. So
his truck.
His truck. Yes.
Not the PBA
Yeah,
truck.
we don't have the trailer outside of Plano Super Bowl today to go drill any new balls, unfortunately. We do have the Pro Shop open here, Chris Warren's Pro Shop. Proud sponsor of the event. Yeah, Stu's going to grab another ball. I think he went and got a ultimate wrecker in the new Roto Grip balls. Looks like that. See if that goes down the lane here on 27-28 next game.
Hello, Mrs. Fleming. Hope you are well. Connor, although I no longer have, you got the second sheet over there. Let's see, Connor.
Connor shot 162 game 1.
Minus 23.
Okay.
After 2 games. Connor is minus 23. 162, 215. And obviously with plenty of time left.
And with Paul, his dad here, ball repping for him, I'm sure he'll figure it out. Paul's not bowling today. He is full-time repping this morning for Connor.
I got to be honest. I saw him bring in some of the equipment. He was holding two-ball tote or 3-ball totes. Yeah. And for a split second, I was partially excited. Like, oh, shit, is Paul bowling? Yeah. Then I remembered that Connor was bowling.
Paul said he's getting ready for the Senior Masters, so he's got a training schedule, I guess, put together, and he doesn't want to disrupt that with this 16-game marathon today. Just doesn't fit in, so makes sense.
You know, I felt like, and I haven't had a ton of combos with Paul. I've seen Connor now bowl a ton in the last year. I was at team trials earlier this year. But even watching the way Paul coaches to a degree, it just feels like everything has a certain level of kind of discipline to it. And so when you mention training, like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Looks like Dallas is going to be in the 190s.
He's wearing a Russell from Up jersey today. I have to point that out, and it's absolutely fantastic and fitting if you're familiar with the movie. Yeah, it's
I was
great.
wondering what
It's
that was.
great.
It kind of looks like a Boy Scout.
It is.
Okay.
So if you're not familiar with the movie, Russell is a wilderness explorer, Boy Scout type of thing. It's a Pixar film, and his character, I'll pull it up for you, is, yeah, it's pretty fitting.
Simon the Spare will be in the 2 O's. Oh, I get it.
That's a great fit
I
for
don't think I've
Dallas.
seen Up. Now that I've got kids, that'll be.
Yeah, you got to watch it.
If I bring it to them, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, Dad, let's watch that."
Yeah, you got to watch it.
They probably have seen it actually, and I don't know about the movie.
Yeah, my fiance Caitlin, who you know well, it is, I think, her favorite movie. So I'm very familiar with it. I sent her a picture of Dallas this morning, and she had a little scream. She enjoyed it.
Okay, folks, just again, FYI, I'm going to still have Lane Talk on the screen, but it's just going to move to the A, B, C, D range because that's what's being moved here in the center for scoring. So we can spend less time, tournament staff will spend less time manually rotating lanes and names, and the players should just get right to it. And they won't disrupt the pace too much more from that regard. And so we will then tell you who's A, B, C, and D. If you can't obviously identify who it is on the screen.
Yep. So while we're in a little break, let me go grab that power brick for you.
I appreciate that.
Mute this one for me.
Thank you. Emil Williams Jr. got Justin Bowie hanging out with me. I appreciate Justin hanging out. Talking about a lot of players, of course, that he knows, competes with on a regular basis. Actually, now that I say that, it actually may not work. We'll see, actually. Some people have started with their names. Some people have not. Still a little bowling going on, though, here with our group of 5 on 33 and 34. Stu has moved over to 27 and 28. This pair might be the only pair or group that will have names.
Pleasure to meet you too. Thanks for coming to do this.
I got Brandon here. He's going to get a good fair share of airtime, at least as they move out of camera range. Because this group will, again, just by default, will be last to finish each game. Unless, of course, you know, they start striking a ton, which Dominic May did do, 223. 81-72 there for Brandon, and now we officially move into game 4. Start back over on 27 through 30. Again, the group on the left is the last group to have names, again, for the remainder of this block. Everyone else for this game will simply be A, B, C, D, or A, B, D, E. And or some combination of that. But if you can't, of course, put one name with a face based on the letter, if it's off a little bit, we're here to help you with that. It will be the same, of course, on the screen here in the building. Need to invest in that. I just found a new battery charger that I'm going to need to get. This is game 4. As we start seeing some individuals who started on the respective ends of the building, the low end and or the high end, converge now into the middle of the center where cameras are. Starting to see just a couple of different looks at what players are doing on the lanes at this point. Nearly a full halfway through the block. Corey Umbrello. The more you see of players, the more you appreciate what they really do well. And I like Corey's game a ton. Ooh. I have seen enough 4.9s for the last 2 weeks. There were several on the in the Topeka stop on the women's tour, and there were a couple, not as many as it was week 1, but there were several last week at the Queens.
Yeah. Look at him. Look at him go.
So far for Stu, it's been a situation, just haven't been able to kind of get anything consistent going. All right, took him a little bit to get started game 1. Late double, then game 2 looked like he was going to be off to the races a little bit. He did get to 202. I forgot what his final was in game 3, but again, just every time he gets something consistent.
Players meeting came up, I'm good with it. So you can throw the man on the
Wow. That's crazy.
Another 6'8".
Bro.
It's so hard for me. You know, obviously I'm bowled left-handed my whole life, but 4 9s, I can't call it a 6'8" in my head, or
It makes sense, right.
a 2-8-10,
I have
like
trouble with it.
3-7-9.
I think it's just a natural.
Yeah, it just it doesn't sound right.
It's a natural handed thing.
Yeah.
Again, Marshall Morrison. He is letter E on your screen. He's letter E. Letter C is going to be just pacing for most of the. Oh, that looks like there's a mix. So we've got a mix of a couple of crosses still with names and a couple that do not have it.
Yeah, I think a couple guys started before
Oh,
they
right.
switched them over.
They did
and
not get the memo.
Yeah, and I heard
They didn't
Janice. I heard Janice saying they can't change it once they've started. So maybe next game we'll get it all uniform. But for now, we do get to see some names still, so that's nice. I would just love to see Cully today have some success with urethane because he hates throwing urethane.
Really?
Yes.
I feel like he's been throwing it exclusively so far in these first couple of games.
Because he's left.
Gotcha.
Let's just see how he, his physical game not very conducive to playing him super straight. So this is where he likes to be. And it just so happens that urethane is the tool for the job that gets him to the spot. But I will definitely be letting him hear it if he's throwing a purple hammer all day on this pattern. Just a good shot off that 6'8" spare, or spare attempt from Scott. It's great bounce back strike there. I saw that. Yeah.
Well, it's gonna be it's already feeling like a long 3.5 games now. But for Stu, I'm sure it feels like maybe 5 games already.
I honestly think if Stu can be in the top 30 after this, he's gonna make match play. Just he loves the longer patterns, likes being able to throw it at the 3-pin, better than maybe anybody in the field. So as long as he doesn't dig the biggest hole in the world here on this one, I think he's gonna be just fine.
Rebecca, your lane's available in the front counter. Rebecca, your lane's available in the front
I would say if
counter.
you're 12th after this one, don't feel good about it if Stu's behind you, because he's coming for that
That would
spot.
make sense. Janice said he's made match play all 4 events so far, all 4 Ironmans, previous iteration of it. Again, shout out to the sponsors here, PlatinumFord, Adam Vinci on cue. PlatinumFord, Plano Super Bowl, Chris Warren's Pro Shop. Great facility too. Remember, I was just seeing the early kind of photos, video of what they were transforming that spot into.
Used to be the arcade.
Yeah, that's what I remember. That's what it was.
Yep. It's the arcade. Now it's a pro shop with 2 lanes in it, string pins. You don't really have to do any mechanical changes in the pro shop. They run them every day. They run whatever pattern you need. I think they have a walker in there. So yeah, they do a lot of trainings in there. People come in before league, get some warm-ups in before practice. I don't know, if I'm early enough, I'll take advantage of it. No, it's amazing that they've put that together in there.
What are the rules per se? Like, can you just request? Do you need to buy something? Do you need to give enough notice?
Well, for me, I just ask one of the Warrens.
I mean, you're cool. So
whichever one of the 5, whichever one of the 5 is running around in there. Yeah, I mean, they have scheduled lessons with Chris and Ted and Spud, and Andy, and I'm sure hourly rates in there. And if you're drilling a ball, they might let you throw it a couple times, make sure it fits, which is a great perk to be able to just throw the ball immediately and not, when I go drill balls elsewhere. league might be going on. And I can't go make sure it feels good off my hand. So they just have that functionality there. You just take 10 steps to the right, and you're able to go test it out immediately, which is great. The Game 3 update. Dropped a little bit. Okay. Yeah.
Got some updated scores for you after 3 games. And I appreciate the tournament staff getting those out really quickly. Anthony Simonson still your leader at plus 82. Chris Delaney is second now at plus 64. Dallas Leong is third at plus 61. Ryan Barnes is fourth at plus 50. Lorenzo Akinyok. Let me write that.
You need to write that down. Get a sticky note or something.
Lorenzo is fifth at plus 39. Eric Jones now to sixth at plus 26. Scott Boots.
It's Butts, but
It's Butts.
it's Boots is the correct way to say it. But
Boots.
everybody says Butts. It's like my name, my last name.
So it's Boots.
Yes.
Okay. He's seventh at plus 19. John Burkett, eighth at plus 11. Michael Hudson, ninth at plus 10. Andrew Bonin or Bonnet.
I'm not sure. We probably need to get confirmation on that one.
All right, we'll find Andrew. 10th at plus 7. Riley Patton now into the number. He's been hovering around it. He was plus 1, then just outside, and now back into it. And now Gid is now into the top 12 even. So it's been plus 1, plus 3, and now back to even, or even I should say.
And Stu is only 16 pins out of the cut. As poor as he, I'm sure, feels and knows he is performing at the moment, if he is there, he will be in the finals tonight. If he is there at the end of this block, he absolutely will be in the finals tonight.
Which players that you are aware of or would give your best kind of opinion based on how much you've watched them bowl or have bowled with them would wanted to bowl or wanted to put together the best score on the short because they prefer the short over the long?
Yeah. I mean, prefer the short over the long?
Or would score best in that if there was a choice? If they had the choice between the short and the long and they didn't have to bowl on both.
Yeah.
If they could just choose one, like who would choose short?
I mean, I realistically would put Nathan Bohr in there. He likes the gutter. He's a fantastic gutter player. Just kind of happens that the gutter doesn't hook on this pattern.
Yeah, that's kind of strange.
You know, Simo can do whatever he wants on any pattern, any time of the day. Some of the guys that maybe the broader viewership isn't aware of, maybe guys like Scott, maybe Gid. Gid, I think, will perform well on the long pattern as well. Scott, I would say might have a better look on this shorter pattern, just because the left isn't always super conducive for long patterns. We don't really get the friction, the breakdown a little bit, so probably wants to get all he can right now and get a little bit of a cushion and feel good about himself going into the finals, or the final pattern. Probably put Corey in there. Corey can shape it a little bit more than Scott traditionally. Corey throws a little bit slower, gets around a little bit more. So
Corey, by the way, folks, is letter D on the right side of your screen. Again, letter D. In the midst of potential of a big game here is Corey. Can I get a hockey-ish themed jersey? What he's rocking. Shout out to Chameleon. And also shout out to H5G. H5G, Storm, K&H, Chris Warren's Pro Shop, Plano Super Bowl, PlatinumFord. Big-time sponsors here of the TX Ironman, the 5th running of this great tournament. Shout out to Chris Lucas, who filled a ton of roles, led the tournament, of course, live streamed it as well. That's a ton of work. just running the tournament is a ton of work. Just live streaming the tournament is a ton of work.
Doing
When
it
you
all.
do both, you are otherworldly.
Yes.
But I appreciate what he did for the event as someone who watched from afar.
League teammate of mine, Chris Lucas. Gid just struck at the 10, so good finish here. Hope Chris is doing all right. He had a minor car accident this week, Thursday morning, but I think he's all right. I know he was going to get checked out yesterday, so hope all's well if he's tuning in.
That's a good shot.
Chandler Rich there. Chris, he told me boots, so I call him boots.
Well, there was a wink, so he
Yeah.
could just want us to call him that all day long.
Could be.
Oh, that's still shaping.
It is beautiful to watch, Cully.
Cully. Wow. Gid's going to be in the 220s. Actually, that group next door on 25 and 26, which will be the stepladder finals pair. So the championship will be contested on 25 and 26 tonight. We got 212, possible 222, 226, and 180 on that pair.
Do we know what pattern the championship will be on, or is it dual?
I believe it is dual.
Perfect. I would hope for that. Do it all day, you might as well. Trip it out.
I think all of match play is dual. I think.
Okay.
I would definitely double check that, but
Yeah.
championship for sure dual.
And what is the match play format?
Match play will be bracket match play. The top 4 seeds receive buys.
Okay.
So the top 2 seeds get the 2-round bye.
Okay.
3 and 4 seeds get the 1-round bye. So it'll be 5 versus 12.
Yep.
6 versus 11, 7 versus 10, 8 versus 9.
Yep.
There will be 2 matches simultaneously for the first 2 rounds. Those will be on 33, 34, 37, and 38. And the next round will be 31, 32, 35, 36. Then we move left. Semifinals will take place on 27 through 30. Championship on 25 and 26.
All right.
As long as nothing changes
Right.
between now and then.
Stu with his second double that I have seen today. So, very excited for
They
him.
have been hard to come by. And not just for Stu, but for a lot of players. And for those who kind of get it, they've been able to take advantage of, I think, of what good pairs are kind of developing.
Yeah. I don't know if we picked it up on the mics, but we did hear some clapping just now as we black-clouded Stu again. Nobody shot 300. They were clapping for Adam making an 8-pin single-pin spare.
I can get on board with that. Well, you got it to bounce, just not in the way and direction that we needed it to. That's a frustration bounce right there.
Yeah, 180. It's not the worst thing in the world. Maybe make another trip to the truck.
Hey, could you let my dad know that I'm bowling? Because he said he hasn't seen me yet, so just let him know I'm here. I'm breathing.
Which direction you going? Which way are you moving?
I'm moving that way.
Left?
Next turn, 2 games from now.
Mr. Leong, your son is bowling. He asked me to let you know because you haven't seen him yet, and it's because he's moving left.
Yeah.
In fact, he may not make camera range on the short pattern,
Yeah.
but he would start and probably bowl the first 4 games
Yeah.
of his
You'll
block
see him
on the
all
long
night.
pattern.
See him all night tonight. But he's bowling well. So maybe he doesn't need to be on camera. Keep striking off camera.
Yeah, because all I do is cloud people, so that might not actually be a good idea.
It's for the best.
Umbrello strike to get him to 227. Again, letter D. We'll take the 224. Fania Kobo had a dynamite start to the day. And, well, I should say she had the opposite of a dynamite start to start, actually. She shot 149, but it was dynamite in game 2 and then managed to hold down the fort again in game 3. So she's minus 15. She went 235, 201 games 2 and 3 respectively. Four pin will just wiggle. Yeah, no rep. It's this is actually the first time where I've been at a tournament where no, that's not true. I've been at plenty of events where that hiccup has unfortunately happened before.
Do we know who B is here on 32? Double open 5-bagger.
B on 32. Is that our group of 5?
Yeah. Is that maybe Greg Heck?
It might be. Take a look at that group in a minute.
He's got the relaxed shoulders of a man that's striking right now, so it might be him.
You're welcome, Mr. Leong. In fact, Dallas currently is third after 3 games. He didn't look panicked at all when he came over to let you know or to tell you that he's doing well. So I'm going to assume that he didn't give any pins back, and if he did, they were just a little bit. Just a few. All right, now let's move to the right. There might be a time where Fania either has to continue to move left. Starting to see a little bit too much shape now down lane. Randy Hawks had a very nice start here. Front 4 and then 4 consecutive 9 spares. That's a very professional-like game. Oh, peel ball. Oh, Randy, and run it out. Okay, Randy. Let's go, big dog.
So Mr. Leong, Dallas has 2:20 left going into the 9th frame of this game.
So Randy is after 3 here. Randy was minus 69, so if he can finish out this game strong. First one in the 10th will get him in at 230. She'll take that.
Did guess correctly that Greg Heck is the B bowler on 31.
Well, he said someone who
he was chilling.
Looked chill.
He looked happy to be here. You'll see that on everybody's face right now.
Left side of your screen.
Well,
it's apropos for what we do here. It doesn't matter who's sitting in the booth. The moment you put on the headset is the moment everyone's at risk. Billy Laney, he is letter A, stepping up to finish his 10th frame. Billy Laney Jr. on the back of the jersey.
Take that all day.
He looks familiar.
Yeah, I don't think he lives in Dallas.
Oh,
back up ball.
messaging. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't think when I'm bowling on something really hard, I think I get more upset about like ring sevens than like splitting. Because I threw it good enough to get there.
Right.
Come on.
I was just going to ask you, if you were bowling, where would you be playing?
Oh, I'd probably be throwing a purple hammer and be down 100 or so, somewhere around there. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it may be something similar I did actually a team event at Nationals last year. Honestly, kind of switched to a purple hammer and moved right and didn't get it left of 10 and just let it kind of back up into the pocket off the end of the pattern. Helped to control it and saved my team set because it didn't start very good. Probably be somewhere I'd be trying that right now. I mean, I don't really have a lot of success with throwing the big balls outside on shorter patterns because my ball roll's kind of spinny. So I envy the guys that are able to roll it and get the big balls to just kind of bail and bleed off the end of a pattern. It's not something I've ever been able to do. I'd love to learn. If anybody has any tips on that you'd like to share, but it doesn't work for me. So I do unfortunately get trapped in urethane sometimes, which most of the time it works, but sometimes when it's not there, it's kind of not great. You see Josh Imhoff off to the right. He's another guy that'll throw urethane a lot. Lefty out of Arkansas, 35. Great player. I'm not sure how he's doing today, but he does like to throw urethane. He can throw anything and he can strike from anywhere, but he does prefer on these kind of patterns to throw purple hammers when possible.
Josh, minus 52 after 3 games.
Yep. Josh is a lot better than me, so I think about a minus 100 for me. I'd be right about that.
Shout out to Scooby, too, by the way. Scooby, I saw your comment. Appreciate you, as always. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in this morning. We've been on the air for about 2 hours now. Actually, no, that's not true.
Yeah, I guess so. I think we started like 9:15. Practice started right at about 9 o'clock. Oh, Stu almost just made the 2-8-10 on 26.
I saw that. That was, to some degree, I felt like insult to injury right there.
Yeah.
He was very close to making the 2-8-10, folks. Sent the 2 into the 10, and the 10, I think, was coming back to possibly take out the 8. Cully over there still shaping that purple hammer.
Adam with the 1-5-10 weave there on 27. Didn't spare it. The non-split 1-5-10.
Trey says it's your wrist, Buttrick Jr.
Goes the opposite direction, Trey. Jacob's wrist goes the right way to roll it correctly.
Past champion of this tournament.
He is. We've had Jacob, we've got Nathan, 2-time champion.
And Ryan Barnes won in year 3.
Correct. He was still loading up to his full potential at that time and still came away with this
That's
tournament.
crazy. That actually puts it into more perspective.
Yeah. I mean, he'd
Wasn't
only
he-
been bowling two-handed for like 2 years at that point.
wasn't even close to his current version.
Right.
So Hudson's going to be in the 190s. There's Simonson finishing up. So it looks like Simo was letter E. So he gets to 205. Simonson, that's his low game. If that was him, he goes back-to-back games at 205. If that's indeed him, which I think it
I
is.
believe he was bottom left.
Yeah, so that would be 205 there for Simo. 220, 257, 205, 205 for Anthony Simonson. That would move him to plus 87 and more than likely maintain the lead. What would be after 4 complete games.
Yeah, Dallas, I know spared in the 9th frame, and they cleared before I could check his score, so he was probably in the 2Os, 190s, if I had to guess.
All right, all done here. Underway game 5 on 27 and 28. There is Mr. Rash.
The E bowler, 27, 28. Donald Davis, the D bowler. Scott Butts, the A bowler. And Mr. Adam Mincy, I believe, the B bowler on that pair.
Tournament bowlers, this is your last call for the second set of brackets, games 5, 6, and 7. If you are not in and still want to get in brackets, this is your last call for the second set of brackets. Come see Mandy at the bracket table.
Gracias. So good if he can figure this pair out. Has it all to himself in 27-28. Got 3 lefties. And this was our higher scoring pair earlier, correct?
Yes, game
For
2.
Fania and Burkett.
Game 2 was let's see, Fania shot 235. John Burkett shot 220. Who else was on that pair at the time? They moved left and right, of course.
I don't remember.
But it was, I think the low on the pair was 211.
Yeah, 211, 212, something like that.
First run of, now that could be some apple juice, but I doubt it.
I don't think so.
Maybe the adult version of some apple juice.
Yeah, it came from the bar. I don't know if they stock it ice cold over there.
At 11:30. I said I was going to try to keep a mental track of that. Who's first? Who's got to get there early?
That is the second one, too, because there's an empty one on the table.
But that's not to say, like, it's a difference between, like, a frustration one and just enjoyment.
Yeah. And Greg just bowled a good game, so.
He did. And you called it from the relaxed perspective, so let's see if he can keep that rolling.
Might be helping.
Back half of the block now. Again, high pace, good pace. Again, the scores have been relatively decent, minus game 1. It wasn't very good for a lot of players on the fresh, which makes a lot of sense. But since then, I think players have been able to kind of get dialed in. Some have had moments of, or flashes, if you will, of what could be on this pattern. And then others have struggled kind of throughout and need something big here in the final 4 games of this block to kind of get them in a better position for tonight.
Samo running back behind us to go bowl another game. It's probably going to extend his lead.
Simonson now will be moving. I think he's going to be off of camera or out of camera range.
It's like 37, 38 maybe? Where is that?
Yeah.
Oh, he's moving.
Yeah, I think he's on. He should be on 39 and 40 now.
37.
But we'll be able to keep a tab on him a little bit. And our group of 5 is now complete as well. So those scores for game 4 will be updated and brought to us here in a bit. Sherry's order is ready in the cafe. Great food, by the way.
Interesting.
Here at Plano Super Bowl. It had been a few years. Last time I was here was 2018 for the Players Championship.
It's a full restaurant just about. So they have a chef and everything. The people come here just to eat the food. Not even bowling.
And I remember it being good then.
Yeah.
And it was just as good yesterday.
Yeah. We got the scratch kitchen here now. decent sized menu. They have specials every week, something new. They try out different things, and usually it's pretty good. So it's very rare to have restaurant quality food in a bowling alley, but they do a great job.
There are a few places around the country that really do a fantastic job.
More than chicken tenders and pizza. Big first spare there of the game for Adam. Adam actually has improved his game a lot this year. He started off this league season averaging 230 for like the first 6 weeks, first 6-7 weeks, and he's put some time in. He loves this game. Everybody loves Adam. Great personality, not just helping out financially, but a great guy to have around, great guy to know, and great friend if you need him. So. Still seeing most of the lefties still trying to throw urethane. I don't know if that's really working. What Scott is the highest, or Eric and Scott. I know they're both not throwing urethane. Corey's still on that black hammer. He's just got that highlight ball reaction. It's not where you want to be, especially with a urethane ball. Kind of gets you trapped a little bit. Donald Davis just went to go get another black hammer. So he's going from one black hammer to a new. See if that one gets down the lane a little bit better. I believe Eric just tapped me on the back, so they're printing out a new game update. Get that here in a minute.
They've been Johnny on the spot. They've been fantastic with that.
Yes. After that little snafu with the moving lanes, the first game, they're pretty quick with these scores, especially because we're writing them down. We're handwriting the scores today. We're not using a Google Doc or anything like that. We are handwriting scores, so it's very quick.
If you are just joining us, you're watching the Texas Ironman. You see Cully nearly make that super washout there to the left of your screen. Presented by PlatinumFord, Plano Super Bowl, Chris Warren's Pro Shop, K&H, Storm, and H5G. My name is Emil Williams Jr. here with Bowlstream TV. Justin Bowie has been nice enough to hang out with me for a little bit. Live from Plano Super Bowl. Great venue, 48 lanes. Game 5, short pattern. There's a break in between. Lunch will be served, and then the players get back out there, and we'll bowl 8 more games on the long pattern. After all 16 games, the top 12 will advance to bracket-style match play. There'll be a few rounds before we get to a championship match, and of course the winner will take home $5K. Not including any additional side action, if you will.
Yep. Now long pattern tonight. For those that don't know, 15 feet longer than what we're bowling on right now. Same exact volume.
Yeah,
Same amount of oil in the lane, 15 feet longer.
Here's the short pattern. Quick look, 38 feet, 29.7 mils, as Justin just mentioned. And tonight, it's the same amount of volume, but longer. What that means, we're going to find out. Certainly some different shapes, certainly, as you would anticipate. 1.89 to 1, by the way, on this short pattern. And almost zero hook on the gutter. We've got scores after game 4. Again, if there is someone that you have a question about on where they are in the standings, by all means, let us know. I'll be happy to tell you where that person is. With that said, Chris Delaney has now taken the lead. How about Chris Delaney? His last 3, 224, 244, 243. Yeah. Where is Chris bowling?
He is actually up right now on the low end, so out of the camera view in that blue shirt.
Okay, so he hasn't been in range all day.
No.
Okay.
And Chris is a grinder. I think Chris bowls every single day. I'm just about pro shop guy here at Plano Super Bowl. He's bowled Masters, bowled all the big events. And he is, fruits of his labor right now.
Pretty
Puts in the
impressive
time. Yeah.
what he's been able to put together so far. So he's the first player to get to 100 over for 4 games here. His opening game was 196. Anthony Simonson's his second at plus 87. Ildemaro Ruiz, 269. That looks to be the high game of the day so far from any competitor. He is now third at plus 59. Dallas Leong is fourth at plus 48. Ryan Barnes fifth at plus 46. Eric Jones is sixth at plus 42. John Burkett is seventh at plus 36. Lorenzo Kianyak.
He's going to keep bowling good. We're just going to have to
Yes.
remember his name.
Yeah, that one was committed to memory that time. Plus 32. Gid Rash now ninth at plus 26. Defending champion Nathan Bohr has climbed into the number for the first time today. He is plus 18 and 10th. Still got to get a name on or a correct pronunciation for Andrew Bonin. He's 11th at plus 6. Michael Hudson, who we just saw shoot 194. He's been on camera, I think, for about the first 3 to 4 games. He is plus 4, so the number has gone from even after 3 to plus 4. Make it.
And right outside the cut line, Diana Zavyalova, minus 6. Scott Butts on our screen. Been in front of us all day. He is minus 10 off that 170 last game. Connor Fleming, 220, jumped himself up to minus 15. Packy Hanrahan, minus 17. And Stu Williams still hanging around, minus 28. Not too far out. It's a big bunch up, really, from 10th to, honestly, 25th. Is within 15 pins, just about.
A lot of bowling going on, and of course, as you might expect on a weekend, especially Memorial Day weekend, so there's tournaments around the country. So we appreciate you taking a little bit of your day to hang out with us this morning and throughout the day. Hopefully more of you will join, obviously, as we get further along in the tournament tonight into match play. Look at Brad Hagan here, head coach of Sam Houston State.
Come on, Adam. Let's go. Adam is the B-bowler on 28 for those following along with the 3-3 on the strike. We're continuing to climb towards that number.
Adam is the is of PlatinumFord. I believe Janice told me he's the general manager.
Correct. Stu continues to find something at the end of every game to get him to like 180, 190. And not many people are doing that. You know, they're getting a tough start to the game, and they're finding a way to shoot 120, 130. And obviously Stu is a professional, so he knows what he's doing. He's not going to give up on that. But it seems like every pair he's finally figuring out, and then we got to move immediately. So that's another challenge when pattern's so hard, crosses. I mean, you're moving with your teammate for effectively, but you are moving into a new cross every game with different people, you're not following the same people every game necessarily. So, it might take a second every time to get used to it. And the guys that are going to figure that out the quickest are obviously having the most success. Chris Delaney, Anthony Simonson. So.
Great point in regards to not following the same people.
Yeah, left lane goes left, right lane goes right. So you are hitting a different cross every game.
Stu strikes out for 209, back 4. He just said something I don't think I've ever heard anyone use in that way. Did you say progressive? Very progressive in that way?
Yeah. That is his high game of the day.
I like that.
Sean Sadat had a good start, great start this morning. Hit some struggles recently, last few games, dropped him down a little bit in the standings. But another guy I would expect to bowl pretty well tonight on the longer pattern.
There's always a lull kind of game in a long block. This one kind of feels like it's a little lully, if you will.
Yeah.
There's obvious transition going, but maybe the first really big transition. I gotta tell you though, Greg's looked pretty good here.
Greg Heck's a solid player. Bowls a lot, loves the game, bowls a lot of SABs, but there's a lot of senior events. Will bowl scratch against anybody, he doesn't care. Just did hear that your tournament leader, Chris Delaney, has been throwing urethane all day. Staying in it. Kind of puts like his half thumb in it, so he rolls it pretty good. A little bit of loft, slower ball speeds, so it's pretty conducive to that right now, I would assume. If he can get his urethane ball past the arrows, it's probably shaping up pretty nicely.
I'd love to see what he's doing. Connor Fleming is getting closer. Looks like Eric Jones is getting closer to us as well.
Yep. Eric Jones, I believe, started on 45, 46.
But if you were to take some stock into young players, you would want a lot of shares for the success of Eric Jones. I forgot what his regional count title is already.
It's a lot. I know he won last week.
But he might be at 10 or has surpassed it already in just a short period of time, maybe a couple years if that.
Yep. Two-handed lefty, a lot of power. I've never thrown a ball, maybe even in my dreams, that had as much power as his does going down the lane. Yeah, I mean, when he's locked in, he can strike for days. I think last year for regional, what did he shoot, like 260 or better for like 10 straight games or something like that? So yeah, he's an up-and-coming young player, but he's already had some success on tour and just continuing to win as much as he can on the regional tour, and that'll translate, I'm sure, pretty soon to the national tour. Did make a show last year.
Thank you, D. Bonin.
On it.
Scott, that's a great question. The format is this. So the players bowl 8 games on the short pattern, which is happening, of course, as we speak. 8 additional games this afternoon into the evening. That will be on the long pattern. Just talked about if you're just joining us. After the 16 games are complete, the top 12, after all 16, will then advance to bracket-style match play. It'll be later tonight. It'll be a handful of rounds of match play. Winners advance. Of course, a couple players receiving buys. Top 2 seeds get 2-round buys. 3rd and 4th seeds get a 1-round bye, respectively. And then we'll bowl match play, bracket style, until there is a winner. We'll be here not into the wee hours per se, but
Not quite Longview doubles-esque, I don't think.
from what I've heard, yes.
Speaking of Longview doubles, I see Trey Autry in there talking about corn dogs. That is directed at me. I do partake in some corn dogs. It's not because I went to LSU. They do have some fantastic corn dogs at Longview, or Oil Bowl in Longview. Every time I bowl Longview doubles or SASB out there, I'll have too many. 4 or 5 of those.
Too many.
Yeah, gourmet frozen corn dogs. Fantastic.
What's the difference between Trey's Longview or Oil Bowl's choice of corn dog and or other corn dogs that you've had in your lifetime?
They're pretty thick. They're big dogs. Nice amount of batter around them. Really thick dog in there, and always hot and fresh. So I can vouch very much for the corn dogs.
That was a viral-like comment right there.
You set me up for that. There's no way I can answer that question. Gid Rash here. If Gid only had to bowl the first 8 frames, I think he'd be leading the tournament. But unfortunately, the 9th and 10th have been biting him just about every game to take about 60, 70 pins off his potential score. But shot another 180 there. So he'll probably hover around the cut if we're trending the same. He'll still probably be 12 to 13 area if I had to guess after that one. Scott, I believe the bracket is 1 game. 1 game matches.
I believe so, too, but I will get that confirmation for you. Look at Greg here. He's in about the same spot he was in the previous game.
Yep.
On 31 to 32. Had an early open and then managed to run off 5-6 in a row. It is indeed 1 game.
Yeah, if it was 2, we would potentially be here till the wee hours.
It's not that bad. Where is Greg, though, in the standings? Keep an eye on him.
Greg Heck?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not Greg Heck.
Kemp.
Greg Kemp. Yeah.
Minus 57, but he's turned the corner.
Trending.
But the temperature is nice and cool, as you might imagine, here inside a Plano Super Bowl. It's going to be in the low 90s, I believe, today in Dallas-Fort Worth area. I got to be honest, I lived in the DFW area for 4.5 years previously, as you know. I didn't spend a lot of time here in the summer.
Yeah.
For those who don't know,
Smart choice.
I work a lot on the women's tour, the PWBA tour, for Bowl TV. And previously as a USBC employee back in the day. So it ended up working out perfectly for me that I never was in Texas for the majority of the summer. But when that August hit,
oh, we're only in May. We're preheating.
I could feel it yesterday. It was all coming back to me like, ooh. When I stepped out the hotel this morning, like, oh.
Yeah, we have really cold winters here now too. So
That's strange.
we'll have a -10 in January, February, and then August will be 120. So we get the full spectrum now. Not as cold as Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, though. Coldest I've ever been.
Harrisburg, that's a good place. Yeah, a couple of really good players from Harrisburg. And a couple of friends actually from that area too. Michael, no link at the moment, but if there is someone you have interest in, I'll run down the standings for you without question, no problem. I'll do that here after Greg's shot, because Greg may find himself hovering around 15th, 16th-ish potentially if he can put 2 more in the 10th here. Greg, again, is letter B.
It's inside.
He's had a couple opportunities. I think he left a washout.
Yep.
In the 10th frame in the previous game.
Ninth frame.
9th frame, thank you. So stopped him short there, and now he's going to make it 310. Try to get himself into the 230s.
See a lot of opens in the 10th frame. I don't know if that's, you're pressing a little bit to shoot a big score, which, I mean, I certainly would be when you have that opportunity. A lot of single pin spare misses today, which kind of is, it's more mental when the pattern's so hard. You're frustrated about the first shot, take the time on the second. Yeah, it's a lot of games that are kind of disappearing in the 9th and 10th frames today across the board.
Take a look next door here. Randy Hawks, I don't think he finished his game. He had a chance for a big game in the previous one. And now Randy, unfortunately, going to be in the 130s.
He shot 214.
That group right there, did not see him pretty well. In fact, Marshall here could be the high on the pair with 177, and that will not happen.
Another 10th frame. Everyone opened the 10th frame on that pair.
All right, to the right of your screen, there's Fania Kobo.
Fania throws is so good. I've had a couple opportunities to bowl doubles with her. I believe we finished the 2nd place in the doubles here a couple years ago. But she's a very, very good player.
Kobo can get to 217. She's clean, as you can see. She's letter D, but no doubles. But most importantly there, she's kept herself in this game by making spares, and she's only left single pins this game, which generally is a good sign. And especially on this where you'd love to double, but if you're making spares, that's about as good as a double.
And also, more importantly, she's beating her boyfriend by a good bit. So I'm sure she's pretty happy about that.
Well, for context, because I don't know who that is.
Cody Utah.
Oh, okay. Don't like to assume. I saw him this morning.
Fake Fagan, if you see his name.
Well, so that was the
there.
first thing, and I'm like,
you already talked about that.
I was like, well, he looks familiar. I just in my head, I'm like, hey, he looks really familiar. And then I saw his name on the jersey. I'm like, well, that's definitely not his name. But I got the joke. Like I understood it. I see the Argyle.
Got the Argyle. Got the big, tall, loose arm swing. Another guy that bowls a lot. Just grinds. A lot of practice. A lot of leagues. A lot of tournaments.
It's a good opportunity here for Fania. But again, as long as she leaves some make roll, which she has, she's still looking at possible 190 plus.
Doesn't like it.
And, of course, that reaction just says it all right there.
Donald Davis has switched to two-handed.
Oh, Josh Imhoff. Josh has got into the tournament running business, correct?
Yes, I believe so. I don't know what the circuit is called, but he does run a lot back home. I personally have not bowled any of them. It's too far for me. But they're very successful. I know a lot of guys do travel in from out of town, come in. I know they pay super well, so that's definitely attractive. If I get a car that drives a little bit faster, maybe I'll get out there. And Fania did not make that spare. 181 for Fania, so that will drop her down to -62. Probably won't move too much in the standings, honestly, but definitely had a chance there to move up a little bit. And we got game 6 starting already on some pairs. People in the third frame, game 6.
Since we went to the letters, and obviously the reason for that was to continue to keep pace and didn't have to stop to make sure the names were proper. But yeah, people have zoomed into game 6 almost like they've zoomed right off the lot of PlatinumFord. I tell you, I wish I had known that when I was here. I bought a car when I lived here.
Oh, really?
And I kind of had to, because I didn't bring one with me.
Yeah.
And I certainly would have went right over to Platinum.
I think the partnership's been around for 4 or 5 years. So right around that time, purchased my last vehicle from Platinum. Platinum Honda, actually, because I'm a Honda guy. Still support PlatinumFord as much as I can, but I prefer my Honda vehicles. But Adam got me a good deal, hooked me up. I'll do the same for you. If you don't know Adam personally, you know me, shoot me a message on Facebook. I'm happy to get you connected if you're interested in a new vehicle. Get you set up at PlatinumFord, Terrell, Texas.
Just FYI, the tournament.
Oh my goodness. Gid almost just slid the 10-pin in a 5-pin spot. It slid over and stood back up and did fall eventually. That got a laugh out of him.
All right, the high game there was 222. A gentleman whose name I do not know. The one downside. And he's moving over to 31 and 32, as you can see, back over the 27 through 30. There is Andrew Bonin. He's been in the top 12 all day long, and now we get a chance to see him here on Bowlstream TV, officially game 6. Again, in regards to standings, I am told that standings are available on the events Facebook page. So the Texas Ironman event page, it's in the discussion tool. I'm going to send you a direct link to that. That should help you get there. We'll remove lane talk now. You guys let me know if that, if you can, if it works, if you have Facebook, obviously. Should take you right to the discussion page, and you can see the full standings. Just scroll down. The latest one, of course, is after 4 games.
I would expect we probably have a game 5 update in the next 10 minutes at the most. We're starting on the high end down there, starting game 6. We do have people in the 5th, 6th frame already of game 6.
Shoot, maybe we should have had the delay.
Yeah, right.
So people don't get too far ahead.
Yeah, if I was that's Adam and Scott's pair. I would start pacing a little bit, so you're not waiting for 20 minutes. Bowl game 7. That pair is Connor Fleming, Sean Sadat, Adam Vinci, and Scott Butts. That is in the 6th frame already. We do have most of the house just getting started.
Good shot there from Gid.
Great job.
See Imhoff there to the right, sporting the stash on 31 and 32 split to open up competition there. Imhoff, Alt on 31 and 32, but again, Andrew Bonin. This should be a good pair in regards to, now that you see Bonin here.
Just quick note, that 222 from last game was Lorenzo. He doesn't have a name shirt on, but that was Lorenzo. So he's continuing to move up the standings.
Akianyak.
That is his high game of the day. His low game 193, high game now 222. So it's about the sweet spot where you want to be on these kind of patterns. It's great to bowl the big games, but if you're going to throw in 150 in there, there's really no point.
I've seen Randy bowl somewhere, maybe at a 50.
Yeah, he bowls a lot. Randy bowls everything. He's definitely in Texas. I'm not exactly sure where, but he bowls everything. Yeah, Eric Jones is creeping over here. He'll be on 27-28 to finish, I believe. So we'll see him at the end. So 23 and 24 right now.
Josh made a move right, playing further in. It's still going high.
I didn't see it. Was he still in your thing?
Yep.
Okay.
Got Brandon here trying to make a curve from there, and not today from that part of the gutter, unfortunately.
If I cloud him here, don't tell him, but we have a Stu Williams front 5. 23 and 24.
Great shot. Great bounce back, Brandon.
Oh, yeah. Stu finally got left where he wants to be and spin it at the 3-6 pin and don't shiny pearl ball. That's his gay game. Front 6.
Progressive increase in scores, as Justin said earlier. I love that. So I've seen the slow wheel for, I'll take Cully, for example. Slow wheel with urethane. Seen some other players kind of slow wheel it, specifically righties. You know, someone like Simo was in urethane earlier. Not sure where he is now, but he was around 15, 20-ish at the arrows. Gid here between 15 and 20 with reactive. You know, people got into reactive early if you're just joining us. It felt like almost all urethane for game 1.
Yeah.
And then some towards the end said, that's not it. Good split there. Nice job. I need to know this young man's name. I'd like to give him his proper credit.
That's Riley Patton.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Make sure I knew your name so I
Great spare, Riley.
See the 4.7910 last game?
Riley Patton, who has been in the number, or was in the number for the first 3 games, dropped out in game 4 to 191. Just talked about a split he left, which contributed to that.
So that's a big spare. I mean, that's a big spare that's going to keep him in it. I mean, he's got a 3-bagger in between 2 splits. So, I mean, 220. 220 is good. 220 is great. Stu front 7.
Now, I've never bowled in any Ironman fashion.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, people asked me where I was going this weekend. I said the Texas Ironman. And then they said, wait, you do that? And I'm like, what do you mean? And I'm like, oh, no, this is a bowling tournament.
Not the race.
It's not a decathlon or anything of that nature. But it does feel like it, even from the pace.
Yeah.
Right? Everything, from the pace perspective, obviously the lanes are difficult. We're quickly, going to be ending an 8-game block, and it'll feel, for someone who streams a lot of 8-game blocks, this one has gone by, which I'm all about.
Yeah, everybody's trying to get to lunch.
But it does feel like, all right, I'm doing everything I can to be that Ironman today, knowing that you got to come back here. It's like, that's the part where it feels great right now. I'm going to go eat. Then we're going to hit the lanes again for 8 more.
Right, and if you want to, if you don't get a first-round bye, you've only about 20 games today if you want to win, if you're a 5th through 12th seed. So, I mean, if you earn it from that position, good on you. Good for you. Take Memorial Day weekend and please get some rest. You win today after all that. Maybe you don't bowl the Monday tournament. You take a little bit more time to get your body, get some healing in. But Stu front 8. So, as I said, if Stu was just hanging around, and now with the front 8, he's going to be jumping back pretty close to probably in the cut. And then when he gets this long pattern tonight, I think he's gonna start running. It's a good shot again from Gid. We're not worried about Gid in the early part of the game. Brianna had a comment earlier. She's on the same path. Front 9.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, he took about an hour and a half to double, and now we got a front 9. Did Stu start with urethane today?
He did.
Okay.
He did. And probably definitely in the 10th frame. He threw something else on the fill. It might have been frame 9 or 10, but. Oof. Wow, Eric Jones just
That didn't strike.
demolished the 7-pin. You won't see a full replay there because there's no camera where that is, but you can see 24 left of your screen. I just want to see it just demolish the 7-pin and not hit it.
Spared it.
It's not going to be the best camera angle, but I'm going to try to momentarily turn the view from 27 to 30 over to Stu's pair. We may get something and we may not. Oh, gosh. That was horrendous. Watch that again. That was the born ball of Eric Jones that did not connect on the 7-pin.
Yeah, we got it.
It's a good pair overall. Seeing 220 over there, or possible 220 with a spare in the 10th, excuse me.
Yep.
Is that Cully?
That is Cully, top right, A bowler. And then Jeff Martin, top left. Stu, obviously, and then Eric Jones, bottom left.
you just joined us, Stu Williams has the front 9.
Looks like they're printing the Game 5 update right now. Ten for Stu, front 10. Tension star looks like from left. We do have a Game 5 update. We'll run through that after Stu finishes this game. Anthony Simonson has retaken the lead. Stu is up on 24.
Stu. Front 11.
Front 11. And Stu did come into this game minus 19. So he's right outside the cut, about 30 outside the cut. So this is going to help a little bit. Stu Williams coming up on 24, front 11. Going for perfection. Got it.
Nicely done.
300. Stu Williams, 300.
Talking about patience right there.
Yeah, that's a grind. So Stu today, 176, 202, 206, 188, 209, 300.
That is the definition of patience. He could not double for to save his life for the first couple. Could barely put a triple together. Finally was working into some kind of consistency, and then he'd leave like a 7-10 in the 10th frame. Other oddities or randomness that bowlers hate, right? For good reason. Like when you feel like you're close, all right, this double should turn into a triple. 9-pin, 7-pin.
Congratulations to the first 300 in Ironman history, Stu Williams.
Wow.
Congrats.
Just made the announcement. First 300 in the history of this event.
As it was happening, I was wondering.
Wow. I didn't know that. First 300 in the history of the Ironman. Stu Williams.
That says a lot. Yeah. As our guy Rep would say, who watches bowling on every platform, his running joke on everything, even when they're just the most difficult lanes you could ever have, his joke is their wallet. And it's always like, it's much needed comedic relief. First one in the history of the tournament. Wow. Wow. That's a lot of games over the course of 4 previous years, even the first 5 today.
Yeah.
So congrats to Stu Williams.
So it took 70 games of the toughest games in Texas to get our first 300.
I'd be somewhat surprised if there wasn't a 300 before on the short pattern.
Oh.
All right, did you read those off?
I did not.
Okay. Let's do it. Simonson is back into the lead. Anthony, the definition of consistency today. Plus 107. He shot 220 in game 5. Chris Delaney, 6th. I'm sorry. He shot 192 in Game 5, plus 99. He's second. Eric Jones is third at plus 76.
He was right where Gid would finish. He was in 12th coming into this one.
Lorenzo Akianyak, excuse me, at plus 54. He is fourth. And Lorenzo he's on 31 and 32, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he is at the moment. Yep. Dallas Leong, fifth at plus 48. John Burkett is sixth. Beg your pardon. Ryan Barnes is sixth at plus 31. John Burkett is seventh at plus 21. There's a tie for eighth at plus 18. Diana Zavjalova has moved into the top 12, as has Packy Hanrahan for the first time today. Actually, we got a three-way tie for eighth at plus 18. Also, Connor Fleming with Andrew Bonin. We've had a chance to see here this game. He's at plus 16, and Gid Rash now, the number, he's 12th at plus 14, and the first significant jump in regards to the cut number today. It goes from plus 4 to plus 14. A lot of ups and downs so far in the short pattern.
Yeah. Pair to pair. Again, just following somebody new. You finally figured out that pair. You're feeling good about it, and you go and you throw the next shot, and it gets four off the right or something like that. Yeah, that is the challenge with moving every game, not following the same cross, not knowing what to expect.
Let me ask you this, as someone who competes at a high level in regards to tournament bowler, and as someone who is left-handed.
Yep.
Right. How often do you, in a tournament format like this, where that move is the move? Does that affect you at all, to some degree, or is it still kind of almost no matter what, you know you've got to deal with something different just because it's the left side?
I mean,
or the same.
It depends. For me, because I just look at how many I'm following, right? So I don't necessarily even look at where they're playing. I'm usually right up a lot of lefties, which is for good or bad. But I just kind of see if I'm following none, then I'm not going to move my feet on the first shot of the next game all that much. I'll just see what happens. I might even move back left into it because if I'm not following anybody and then they didn't break that lane down. So, if I'm following 4 or 5, I'll maybe watch a couple shots, figure out, where they're playing on lanes a little bit, and I'll just split the difference on what I think in my head. I'll think of what I need to do and usually not go that far right or something like that. I'll just split the difference, and worst case, hopefully I like flat 7 or 6 pin or something like that. Worst case. Doesn't always go that way, but that's just how I move, my mindset on that.
So your thinking is a little bit differently based on how you throw it.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. Yeah. Good Lord. My Josh, man.
9 pin?
Yeah, can't buy a break. Cannot buy a break next door. Take a peek over there actually in a second. Because there were some games brewing, but difficult to finish. Andrew Bonin can get to 209. Right now he is plus 16. That's good for 11th place at the moment. And a little bit of a Plat 10 there, but a good shot. See the two circles. He is letter D.
So, fun fact you're probably not aware of. Last year, if you shot 300 in the tournament, first bowler to bowl 300, obviously it never happened before, you won a free truck from PlatinumFord.
Wow.
Don't believe that promotion was the same this year, unfortunately, for Stu. But yeah, last year, if you did shoot 300, you did win a free truck.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That man is fantastic.
I think somebody had the front 9 one time and got like 3. It's thinking about it a little.
That's very tough.
Yeah. Maybe Adam will give him a surprise because Stu is also sponsored by PlatinumFord. Big supporter. So, but yeah, just had that brought up to me. Forgot about that. Free truck. Free truck.
It's a good finish there for Bonin. See, it's Tynell Tate in the building, watching Brandon DeVoren here. Dax Tynell, did he move to this area? Well, it was going really good here for Greg, and then, boy, this pair has not been kind.
Be in the 150s. And he had just moved up to 33 under, so he was about 40, 45, 47 back. This is not going to help that cause. And Bobby Alt with a pretty good game here. Bobby Alt shooting 230. The D bowler on 31. Get Bobby to about 40 under or so this game.
That's not a bad place to be.
No, just keep moving in the right direction.
That's okay.
That's all right. That's second shot. If you want to use Stu as inspiration, keep grinding all day and find the right pair. Yeah, our very high scoring pair from earlier, 27-28. Not kind this game. Chandler Rich with an opportunity as well. Shoot 228. Shot.
He's been kind of slow wheeling it today as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's part of his kind
I think
of normal physical game.
That's normal.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for him.
Marshall Morrison hadn't been able to get anything going the last couple of games. Oh, just give it the kick. It's a big shot there. One more puts him in the 230s. Again, I think he struggled a little bit today. Lorenzo been moving right along. Oh, boy, on cue.
Got the 9th and 10th frame bug. Brooklyn there for Chandler for the double. 10th frame. It's big for him.
Those should be celebrated today.
Chandler came into this game minus 75, so this is going to bump him up to about minus 50, which again, not a bad place to be. You're not too far out, especially if you find something last game or two and get lunch in you and throw some strikes on the 53-foot pattern.
Other good scores. Of course, Marshall in front of us did double, so he will be in the 230s. Make it 237 officially.
Yeah. It's a good game for him. It's a good game for his confidence. He'll, Marshall's a guy again, same as most around here. That once they figure it out, they'll just strike for hours and hours.
I admire those who continue to make the trip here to this tournament, and obviously it's Texas based, and so there are a lot of great players who are going to bowl this tournament no matter what, which is fantastic. You know, I heard a couple of stories. There were some players made some drives, not terribly far, but some from surrounding states, Mexico, for example.
Oklahoma, Arkansas.
Oklahoma, right, Arkansas. True, you know, southwestern event, kind of representing the bordered states. Like this might be something I can try to bring some folks from Chicago to.
Yeah. Moving a little bit bigger center. We've been in a 24-lane house the last couple of years, so playing the Super Bowl 48-lane center. Definitely take it on without really sacrificing the pace of play. So that's definitely a bonus. Hopefully we won't have to put anybody in the pro shop. We've thought about it in league sometimes. And, you know, we fill the house, we got a lane breakdown. Like, oh, we got to go bowl league in the pro shop.
Well, most centers wouldn't even have that as a possibility, yeah. So that is a plus.
Yeah.
Looks like Connor Fleming off and running. And he is. Let's get that squared away before we do that, though. So let's take a look down. Our people on 37 through 38 finish up. Looks like they got a ball left. All right, so we'll go to 27 through 30. So Riley Patton there. Now Connor Fleming. And how about the run that Connor Fleming has been on here? About the last, I would say, 2 years. Talking about Ryan Barnes' ascension.
Ryan Barnes, yeah.
Connor is also ascending. Two-sport athlete, baseball.
He's a adult team, right? Made adult team USA?
He did, yep.
Second US amateur?
Yep.
CJ Petrin won that. Got a pretty good ball rep too. Tell him. Same as Ryan, similar to Ryan. Got a pretty successful dad.
Yeah, it's been fun for me watching, you know, what we would call, you know, quote unquote famous parents. Yeah. Right. Just watching them be parents has been fun for me, as someone who gets to kind of sit in this role and, you know, call a lot of their children's bowling around the country. Like Paul, for example, as a parent, watching CDB and Dell as parents are great.
Yeah.
Even Chris and Linda, when Ryan was still at Wichita, I saw them fairly often. They were at a lot of shocker events.
Yeah. It's good to see Linda back bowling too. I know she just had some health things going on. Glad everything's going well for her. Linda's great. My first interaction with Linda, I mean, I would probably have been like 12, 13. I was nobody, still a nobody, but was at the time for sure. Came up and bowled Chris Barnes' Thanksgiving tournament, came up from Louisiana, and I think we had a lane breakdown for like an hour and a half or something like that. Wow. And just talked to Linda for an hour. I didn't know her, she didn't know me, and just talked to her, got to know her, and now we're pretty good friends. Happy to say that, great lady.
She is fantastic.
Yeah. Connor is deep. Connor just slid in the left gutter cap, just about.
Wow. He's on both teams, by the way, too.
Oh, both teams.
Junior team and the adult team.
Yeah. I didn't know how old he was, if he was in that age still.
The world Patton. I can see why Riley has been in the top 12 for the majority of the day. Good ball roll, good physical game.
He shook off the first shot. I think he missed it. Wasn't his best effort. But no, yeah, Riley. I mean, Riley bowls a lot of regionals, I think, as well in the area. He might be from Kansas.
That kind of sounds familiar a little bit. McPherson.
Yep. That's a good drive. Rash, the frame 2 Reaper. I'd like to see Gib finish game out here. Gib's been throwing a grade all day. It's literally been 6 frames that's gotten away from him. And it's cost him a little bit, but he's still hanging around the cut. Another guy, like I said, I think will bowl really well tonight. It's all about hanging around.
We'll take that spare. Any way you can get it. See if the fortunes are a little bit better here for Josh on 29 and 30.
Still throwing urethane, still in it. It's like he's trapping it a little bit around 10, 8, 10. Similar to what I said I might be trying out. His ball roll is a little bit more forward than mine though, so.
I can tell you, for this tournament to kind of feel like a, or have a regional feel to it, just because of the location and the players and where they're from, it's very much, to me, after being around a lot of national events, this feels like a national event.
Yeah. And that's what they're trying to build it to. You know, just obviously the name is a good start, gets people intrigued. Toughest 16 games at Texas. It's moved around centers a few times. I think it'll find a home here. And you know, we get the guys you see on TV every week to come out. I mean, obviously Simo is in Vegas now, but local to Texas. Stu lives in Austin, not too far from here. Nathan Bohr again, also in Austin. So a lot of the touring guys in their game want to come out and compete against the big guys. They're not scared of anybody, which is great to see. Yeah, Josh is just trapping it right there. That's really good.
You asked about the latest cut line. It is plus 14, and that's after 5. It's not after 6. Plus 14 after 5.
I believe we just got the last score for game 6 in, so see Marcus running over and get that printed out and over to everybody. And it looks like Coley's got the front 5 now on Stu's pair, so not Stu this team. Josh. Hey. Seven pin for Coley. And Stu is changing balls, so I guess the next pair is not like the previous. Should walk down and grab another ball from his bag.
Did I see correctly that there was a bake sale?
Yep, right behind us. Yep, every tournament. They run a little bake sale, and it's usually very good.
Oh, that's great. I will have to support that. I've never met a bake sale I didn't like.
Adam, we keep talking about Adam, but sponsor the event. He'll usually just kind of go buy the whole bake sale. And let everybody free reign, go grab an item. Adam on 24, just maybe the 6-pin might have fallen over and stood back up, and we got a couple pins down. And he's going to shoot it with all the pins still on the deck. So, and took the pin lane down. Coley did go spare strike, so he's still got 270 left, I believe. And he was in that range of just kind of hanging around. He got out of urethane, got where he's more comfortable. Printing out scores right now, so we'll have a Game 6 update here in a second.
Were you referring to Cully, by the way?
Cully, yep.
I mean, to be honest, if you hadn't said that in regards to, doesn't like urethane, not his favorite, I would not have known that based on how he was throwing it for the first, 6 games.
Can't stand it. Doesn't even bring it to nationals usually.
Well, at least, even though that he doesn't like it, he's done enough to practice with it, at least to be able to go to it in an absolute necessity, which seemed like today.
Yeah. Simo.
I'll let you go ahead and read those this time, my friend.
Sure. Game 6 update. Anthony Simonson extended his lead quite a bit more, so he is 228 Game 6, now at plus 135. Chris Delaney in second after a pair of 190s is plus 89. Stu Williams with a big jump in third place, plus 81 with that 300 game. Ryan Barnes, 242, plus 73. Eric Jones, plus 61 in fifth place. Nathan Bohr with a big 254 game to get him to exactly plus 54, so he was even before that. Nathan is in sixth place. Lorenzo, plus 38, seventh place. Dallas Leong, 188, eighth place. James Fugit, plus 18. Ildemaro Ruiz, bit of a roller coaster day up and down for him, but with 211 that game to get into plus 9. Packy Hanrahan, plus 8, and Andrew Bonin, plus 5. So the cut is now went from plus 14 the last game to plus 5. And right outside we have Donovan Lake, minus 4, Diana Zavyalova, minus 5, Gid Rash, minus 5, Connor Fleming, minus 20. And then Coley Folsey with the 279 left here was minus 23. So that's your top 10. For those keeping score of Adam's bet at home, through 6, Adam is minus 383.
He's got to get plus. He's got to stay ahead of plus 600.
Minus 600. Yeah, he's it's not great. It's not looking good. John Burkett, tough one there, 140 game 6, so that drops him down to minus 39. We were following Fania Kobo earlier, another 160 gets her to minus 98. Josh Imhoff in front of us, minus 96 going into this game. And Andrew Bonin is the cut right now, plus 5. Just had a below 7 there.
Give a quick look over next door. That was Donovan Lake. Now finds himself just outside the number, as we just said.
Yep. Riley Patton on 28 on your screen coming into this game, minus 74. Chandler Rich on 35, spare 5-bagger. Coming into this game, minus 49, so bottle some magic here. Have a good finish coming into the end of the block.
There he is, right on your screen.
Slap it out. Yeah, when the conditions are like this, you're not even at all upset about it. Thank God. Got out of here with a 6-bagger.
Donovan here is letter A. Yeah.
Those are good. Really low to the line.
Yeah, his parents moved to DFW not too long ago.
Okay.
But they're originally from the Chicagoland area.
Okay.
He goes to school, though, in Calumet College.
Gotcha.
That is in Northwest Indiana.
CCSJ.
Yeah. So someone else would spare 5-bagger, I thought, in the 30s, maybe 37-ish.
35 on E. E on 35.
I guess we were looking at the same person.
Yeah.
Maybe I thought it was a different pair.
I believe that's Bobby Powell. Nope, Matt Wallace. Sorry, Matt Powell. Jeez, put everybody's names together. Matt's actually 33 under, so this is a good game for him. This is going to jump him up if he can finish this one out.
Chandler.
A little better. Same result, but a little better.
Back to Lorenzo. Kean Yak. These last couple of pairs.
Yeah.
Specifically the last few frames of those last couple of pairs. Not just getting Lorenzo, but a couple of people. He has been a mainstay in the top 12 today. His low game was the 184 we just saw in game 6.
Anybody in the chat, if you are trying to follow your favorite bowler, let us know. We'll tell you exactly where they're at in regards to the cut line, how their last game, a couple games have been. Just let us know.
That number has been interesting.
It's been fluctuating a little bit, just
very,
right, but in the same spot.
Yeah, very moderate. And then there was one big jump, and then it trailed back down.
Because Stu shot 300, and then it went down, which is interesting.
Doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
Full screen look at Chandler here. Still trying to strike. 9 pin. Yeah, that one a little bit too steep, it looked like. Got it to the, what is the spot down lane, at least for him on that pair early.
So Stu can punch here in the 10 for 230. It's up now. Got the first one. So Stu is making the turn here.
He's going to finish on 19 and 20?
19 and 20.
Hello, Rebecca. That's a great question. Andrew has been bowling very well today. Andrew Bonin, that is. Here he is now, in fact. He is going to finish his 10th frame right of your screen. Andrew is, right now he's 12th at +5. Seeing a lot of PBA logos too, so yeah, which means to me that we've got a lot of regional players who are competing here. Wow, Connor hugging 4th arrow. It's a good game here for Josh. His first double would get him in the 2-0s.
So Cully shot 258 that game. So that will get him to plus. That will get him to plus 35. Stu with a 220. So his last two games 528. So they've had a pretty good doubles cross all day together. Probably playing off each other pretty well. Get in the 9th frame, and he split.
Great job there. Boy, that was nice.
Sorry, Brianna.
Well, we're referring to two different things. I was referring to Josh's strike.
Oh.
Obviously, you were just talking about the 10th frame first shot there for Gid, unfortunately. Same thing there for Chandler. He too split in the 10th frame for 244.
Yep.
That's been the most common and obviously the worst thing to happen.
Right, and that is not enough to get him plus. He was minus 49 coming in. So -5 going in the last game, which is not, again, he'll probably be in 15th. Great spot.
Uh-oh, look out, look out,
Oh,
look
no.
out.
I can't believe that stayed on the lane. It's a shorter pattern. It's not short, really. It's the shorter of the two. It's 38 feet. Consider that medium-ish.
Yeah,
I consider anything like 37 to 41 medium.
That's a schmedium.
Yeah.
If you were in the store buying a shirt, that would be the schmedium.
Yeah. But the gutter does not hook. So we bowled junior gold, and we always bowled on the Sydney pattern. And it was 33 feet, and the gutter didn't hook. It was crazy. Andrew Bonin was 190, I believe. So that'll drop him to -5. We'll actually be tied with Chandler. Lorenzo punch for 191. It's not going to hurt him too much. Maybe drop 1 spot, 2 spots at the most. Still will be in the cut.
Managing 8-game blocks is tricky.
Yeah.
There's so many games, too many transitions. Lanes are changing obviously each and every frame, but really two significant transitions in an 8-game block. 190 ain't bad, though.
190's good. You know, and then one more game, get some lunch, and then basically change your entire arm swing, body position to figure out the 53-foot pattern. But they did bowl on it last night if they were here for the sweeper. So they at least have seen it. They had never seen the short until this morning. So the guys that were here last night, guys and girls that were here last night, at least have an idea of what to do. As you mentioned earlier, you know, Packy's not bowling up to his standards. He's still in the cut, but he'd like to be bowling better. But he did win the sweeper last night. Oh, no. That was a really high-scoring pair earlier.
Really good for game 2.
Yeah. Game 2 was everybody shot 220, 230. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good confirmation there from Riley about fronts hooking.
Yeah. Torched.
Yeah, that was a direct quote.
Torched. And a little unique rule. The Plano Super Bowl doesn't prefer for you to loft the bowling ball. So that is another thing for the players to navigate a little bit. Try some different equipment. Get it to the front so without airtime.
They got 35 through 38 on the end, and there is a game brewing for letter E. We'll see who that player is in a moment.
I believe that is Matt Powell. Yes, it is. So GM of Allen Bowl, right down the street. New GM, about 3 or 4 months. And he came into this game minus 33.
That's a good break there for Corey. Shot at 178. Here's Matt.
Good 10 pin. 240, makes spare.
I tell you, no matter what has been the situation, and we obviously talked about the amount of opens we've seen in 10 frames.
Yeah.
Just being able to finish a 10 frame, whether it's just the first one in the 10th, whether it's just to spare, like just filling 20 has been difficult.
Right. Marshall got that first one. All right, you get spare, Matt.
I was hoping that he made that spare.
Yeah. So Matt will get to plus going into the last game. So he'll most likely get his way into the cut.
Well, Marshall's put together 2 good games here.
Yeah.
He had some work to do, but 237, and now he's going to be in the 2-0s.
Yeah, he'll be 60, 70 back the cut line. Going into one game, pop a 240 here. Feel good about it. Eric Stone 8.
Wow. Boy, ooh, you got to see that.
I didn't see it.
You're talking about
37.
getting left. Man. I mean, his ball didn't also get right either. So
yeah, Trey Brandon 37.
there's that, but. Replay of Trey here. Good view just on where he is, where he's standing.
Oh no, that never got right. Yeah. It is 1-1 in the middle. It is dead flat. You don't have a lot of shape anyway out on the gutter. It's about 2.1 to 1. The longer pattern 9 is, I believe, actually a little bit lower of a ratio. Oh, no, I got that backwards. Okay, so the longer pattern's a little bit better. So this one's 1.8. But still, where Trey's ball just crossed is in that one area.
Good look at the pattern on your left. No one's bowling on 35 and 36. Diana Zavjalova.
It's the first time we've seen her today.
Yeah. First time she's entered the camera range, so she will finish on 35 and 36.
It's 10 out.
It's been a really good start to the PWBA season 2 for Diana. Appreciate you all tuning in. Please hit the thumbs up if you don't mind. And if you haven't already, subscribe to Bowlstring TV. I'll be at a couple more events for the or throughout the course of the year. The remaining portion of it. June, headed to Phoenix for the Cactus Classic. In August, out to Rio Rancho for the New Mexico Open. In October, the Agent Ong Open, so in Phoenix. And then anything possible, a couple other events in September as well. And so lots to look forward to in regards to high level, high amateur. You see some pros obviously at various events on the channel as well. Just depends on obviously who's bowling, but generally speaking, a lot of good stuff to keep an eye on as well. Appreciate you rocking with me as always. Thanks to Chris C.T. Turner as well, reaching out. Very small but rare break for me in the schedule. Just happened to have a few days off in between and was able to make it. Nice pair. Yana, though, it is almost lunchtime here. One more game to go before it is indeed lunchtime. The lanes will be, of course, redressed with the long pattern. Connor Fleming has started on 29 and 30. Very good shots. That pair looks like it could be good for him. Good job by Trey. Good finish to get to 202 there. Well, that conversion saves a 170 for Kobo. So Diana Zavjalova and Michael Hudson will close it out on 37 and 38.
So I just walked down. I think Nathan Bohr can shoot 250 going into the 10th frame. Simo looked like he had a 220 left going in. So Simo's still striking.
That's been one constant today.
You know, yeah. Nathan shot 250 last game as well. So going into the 10th frame with 6-bagger, maybe. He did miss. Simo missed the first 3-6-10.
Strike here will put Zavjalova in the 180s. She was -5, 2 spots out of the number. But 14 pins back. Michael Hudson will be in the 190s. Quick look over at 27 through 30. They are now into game 8. Emil Williams Jr. with Justin Bowie. Justin part of the tournament staff here this weekend, or I should say today. It's just one day.
Just today.
I had to ask Chris 3 times when he was explaining it. I'm like, so it's just one day?
Yeah.
But I got it. That's why it's the Ironman.
Right. All in one day. And as we mentioned earlier, up to 20 games you can bowl today on dual patterns. I think the only time I've ever bowled on dual patterns was Lindenwood Classic College, Lions Lanes. Wouldn't say it went well. But I think the one year we went, it was like shark and cheetah. So,
talking about opposite.
Yeah, a little opposite. So it looks like Nathan shot 236 that game. And Simo opened the 10th frame, it looks like. So he shot 180. If I'm seeing that correctly. So that would definitely be his low game of the day. Not going in the right direction, but got one more down there. Because he's moving right. Or no, he's moving left now, correct? You know?
Simo, he's been moving right.
He's moving right? Okay.
Nathan is going left now.
Okay. Wow.
In your time, how many people where the first 8 games just truly don't go their way and they decide to, I don't know if that last 8 games
Find something else to do. Like I said earlier, I've never bowled this event, but I always follow the scores. I think usually we'll lose a couple. We're not going to lose Adam. I don't know how negative. He might hit the -600 for the first 8 games. Who knows? But I think we'll maybe lose 2, 3 guys. Maybe as we get further into the block tonight, a couple will realize that they're not going to be going bowling 300 the last 4 games. Maybe in the night early. You know, it's not a low entry fee. You know, so it's $250. You get out here and get your money's worth. Bowl 16 games, if nothing else, for good competitive practice. If you want to be a high-level bowler, you want to take advantage of the times that you can have good practice.
Speaking of that entry fee, paying out 13 spots.
Okay.
So we'll pay 1 spot. So the first player outside of the cut tonight will get paid and receive $300. In fact, 11th, 12th, and 13th will receive $300. 9th and 10th place will receive $500 each. 7th and 8th, $600 each. 5th and 6th, $850. 3rd and 4th, $1,200 each. 2nd is $3,000. 1st is $5,000.
Big deal to make the finals. Big financial jump to make those finals. Those top 2 seeds are going to be pretty important. Something Simo's going to want to hold on to. You know, Stu as he moves up. Chris Delaney's been solid all day. Ryan Barnes in 4th coming into this game.
Yeah, again, if you are 1st or 2nd after qualifying, you get the 2-round bye. Which means that should seed you right into the semifinals.
Yeah, it should be top 4. 3rd and 4th get a 1-round bye. everybody else gets to battle it out.
Look at, you saw Connor there, but I'm going to look here on the left lane. This left lane has been so far so good for him here in game 8. We got to make sure our guy Lorenzo finishes strong here. We'll wait for Eric Jones, who's now joined us on 27 and 28.
And that is where he's been all day. He has been on the gutter with a big ball, rolling it, getting it to bleed off the pattern all day. He said, you know, he's had some pairs where the ball locked up and 7 Brooklyns, but they all struck. Obviously, he's had plenty that the ball reaction was pretty good. So
nice washout.
And he is actually a lefty that likes long patterns, I think, as well. So he's very, very good at throwing it at the 2-pin. That'll work.
That was about 25 to 10-ish after that replay. The Sarah Klassen channel is watching. Hello to Sarah Klassen. She's been traveling, of course. Well, first of all, great YouTube channel. You should check that out if you haven't. Subscribe there to Sarah Klassen's channel. And then you should follow her progress as she vlogs often on the PWBA Tour. Starting to get to a point where players are into 5th arrow, but if it's not proper off the hand, I'm seeing a lot of balls burn up at 20 feet, even from that distance from where they are at the arrows.
Yep. Stu is getting another ball. So as he goes to these pairs, he is not finding them to be similar. But he would love for the finals and championships to be on 21 to 22, I think, or 23 and 24, where he shot 300.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, it wasn't 25 and 26.
Was it? Yeah, I think it was 23 and 24. Yes, it was, because I was saying 24, yeah. But he has grabbed another pearl ball, so, you know, similar to what Riley was probably talking about, getting it through the fronts is the challenge right now. It's 3 pearl balls I've seen Stu pull out the last 3 games.
A very good note, too, on Stu. For those of you who are joining us late, Stu shot the first 300 in the history of the tournament. Happened game 4?
6. Game 6.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. Felt like it was earlier this morning at this point. They get a roundabout estimate on time. On what time we will begin with the long pattern tonight.
What is the break? Is it an hour?
Yeah, about an hour break. Okay. Should be done probably a little bit before 2. So somewhere between, I'm going to say maybe 3:15.
Yeah, 3:15, 3:30. Good mix as well of players. We got some ladies, we got seniors, left-handers, right-handers. We have 2 ladies maybe, Fania and Casey. Maybe missing 1, but I don't think I am.
There were 4 women.
Oh, sorry, Diana. I'm looking at Diana.
Yeah, Diana and, yeah, you mentioned Casey.
Casey, Fania,
and Nicolette.
Diana. Nicolette, yep. Looking directly at Diana as I don't call her name. I'm interested to see how the left-handers play the long pattern later, just for my personal eye to see where they end up.
What's your preference in regards to distance, like your favorite distance?
41 feet is 41 feet. If I would make a pattern that I think I could strike one more than anybody. 41, 42 feet, 7-1. It's not too flat, but it's not wide open. Like the 12-to-1 patterns don't make sense to me because I don't know where to play them. Because I don't miss by 15 to help. So if you're missing by, I'm not saying again, not on a lot of these guys' level, but I'll miss 3 or 4 boards. I'm not missing by 2 arrows, and that's where the big ratios help you out a little bit more. But yeah, 7-to-1 is for some reason always been like my sweet spot ratio, and 41, 42 feet, you kind of play anywhere on those kind of length patterns. Connor's steep. Wow. Washed out on the left lane.
Oh, that's been his good lane.
I know. Yeah, I mean, that was left, and he threw it on a rope straight at the 10-pin, basically.
Good opportunity for some comparison. So here is Connor's shot for Eric Jones. Looked like he just missed it.
Yeah.
Missed it right at the bottom there. And then additional comparison in regards to when he doesn't miss.
Caught that one, sure.
Ooh. So just the subtle differences at the bottom of the swing sometimes, especially when you're going through part of the lane that again, a good portion of now of the righties are now working in. Lorenzo. He has made me work, maybe the hardest I've worked in a long time, about one name.
Kianak.
Kianak.
And it's one thing with all the right-handers so far left. I'll inject my own personal thing about this is what Eric is doing is, and why I think so many left-handers just have to throw urethane so much is like the cross going right. We want to talk about the lanes being burnt up. When you're trying to shove your ball through track going the completely opposite direction, you could throw it off your hand the same and the ball could go anywhere when you get later in blocks like this. So unless you throw it over it, which we can't do, or if you're very, very left. And that's sometimes how I feel like the guys on tour get locked out when the left isn't there. They say, oh, the lefties can only do this. Like, well, there's only certain parts of the lane we can play sometimes. So not a lot of people talk about that cross going that way. And it's something I think about all the time, unfortunately. But yeah, where Eric is so far left, like his ball probably hasn't seen right of 5 all day. And it's doing that. Why not?
Man, he's got a lot of tricks.
Yeah.
I mean, to be that young, to have that kind of tool bag already. Funny cat, too. Always enjoy talking to him.
Andrew Bonin's bowling a pretty decent game here as well. It opened in 8th frame, 32.
Let's go over there real quick.
Quick game 7 scores. Thank you. Try to get some game 7 scores here in a second before some of these guys do wrap up game 8. So we have a little idea where we're at.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I didn't.
Kind of forgot about it.
A little bit. I think to some degree I thought we had already went over it because we're almost done with this with this squad.
Yeah. They are bowling fast. You know, 4 to a pair, 90% of them. Game's going to go in about a half an hour. See Eric run it over here with game 7. Thank you, sir. All right. So we still have Anthony Simonson. Even with that 181 game, he is still in the lead. But Stu Williams is fighting him for that spot. Stu plus 109, Anthony plus 116. Nathan Bohr, big games, the last 2 games going 90 over the last 2 to get to exactly 90 over. He's in 3rd place. Ryan Barnes in 4th at plus 86. Chris Delaney plus 72. Dallas Leong in 6th place plus 52. Eric Jones right in front of us after a couple 180s at plus 48. Coley Folsey, big game 258, game 7, gets into plus 35. Ildemaro Ruiz, plus 34. James Fugit, plus 29. Lorenzo, plus 28. And Matt Powell, off that 247 we just saw, plus 14. So your cut is now back to plus 14, which I think we were there after 4, maybe? So it's fluctuated, but still, again, in the same area. Game 5, we were at plus 14. So we've been in the same 10 to 15 pin spot all day. Andrew Bonin first outside of the cut right now, -5, tied with Chandler Rich. Donovan Lake, -10. Packy Hanrahan, -12. Connor Fleming, -18. Diana Zavyalova and Gid Rash tied at -20. Tough finish for Andrew there to get to 200, so he will finish the block -5. So he'll be probably right outside the cut looking in, coming into the final 8-game block.
Donovan Lake just tripped a 4-pin, and he's going to finish his game in the 230s.
Yes. And he was -10 coming in, so that is going to jump him right back in here. Lorenzo up here on 28, stepping up in the 9th frame on a 4-bagger. Got 248 left out there. After the last 2 games, as we mentioned, 180, 190. So kind of a little bit going in the wrong direction, but not too far in the wrong direction. You can't rebound here and bring that back and still have a good block.
Quick look at Donovan Lake's field shot. He's on 32.
Hi, Tyson. Yeah. Make your spares. A lot of 9-outs. I'd love to see the statistics on 9-outs today. It's a lot.
Lorenzo.
All day. Lorenzo's just been grinding all day and shooting 220.
Yeah, at this point, right, and it's only 8 games on 1 pack.
Yeah.
But he is bowled well enough, certainly, to be in it tonight.
Absolutely.
Like I would anticipate him now making the top 12 without ever seeing him before until today, but understanding that he clearly can bowl.
Yep. I mean,
and he'll find a way to, make enough shape, right? You just need a little bit of shape on 53 feet.
Right.
Just need just a little. It needs to be going in the right direction toward the head pin on 53 feet. It's going to be a lot of plaque 10s tonight.
Yeah, I was going to say, are we going to see any
Plaque
lilies?
7s.
Are we going to see any lilies
There
tonight?
might be one.
Yeah. Some 8-10s from the right.
Definitely some 8-10s.
Definitely some 8-10s. A lot of lilies, a lot of 5-pins, pocket 5s, 5-7s.
Good split there. Split conversion. I think that was a 210 from Nathan Eaton.
How'd you finish? What did you shoot last game? 185?
Cully.
So you're plus 20? Plus 20? All right, that's not bad. You don't have to throw your thing the next set. Hey, Emil's proud of you throwing your thing. Me too. I can't. He doesn't know that you don't like your thing.
He told me.
I had to tell him. 5 games, yeah. Exactly.
There were some other good games possible. There's still one on 33 and 34 that we'll take a look at here in a moment.
That's Kid Rash. 225 left after a 18 pins through 2-frame start. So he's gotten past the 9th frame hurdle. See if we can get him in a 10 frame double situation here.
That's about where you want to be late.
Lorenzo here on this 5-bagger here with the 240 left. That would be, I mean, could move him into the top 8.
Yeah, it's possible. Matt Powell's going to shoot, or with a spare, excuse me, will shoot 171. Spare strike.
Yeah.
That's popped up a couple times for him in these last couple of games. Jeez, that takes a lot of talent and skill to do that.
Jeez.
A lot of talent and skill. All right, quickly over to Gid here.
Great shot, Gid. That boy.
Lorenzo, make it. Almost did. Back to Eric Jones.
You see, where that was a half board right of his last shot. So if he's been there all day and he's been bowling well, like that is incredible. A half board right. Maybe one full board. All right. 2-1. Good game. Oh, 220. Even better. So Lorenzo finishes with 211. Like him to plus 39. I would say he's probably going to be about 10th. Chris Delaney off to our left on 24. Can shoot 2-0 with a double in the 10th. I'm sorry, 220. 220 with a double in the 10th.
Real quick on, let's take a look at Eric Jones real quick.
Yeah.
Maybe an idea of really where he's playing.
I mean, that hit about 2, maybe? 1.5, 2?
Then, last shot that was just a hair right.
Three and a half?
Yep.
Maybe? Just 3. It's crazy. So he shot 194. So that will have him finish at plus 42 for the block, which is respectable. Great block. It smells like pork sauce, pork weenies or something. It smells like barbecue sauce.
Yeah, that lunch is it's coming.
Yeah.
It smells lovely. They're putting it together, a block here, or a game, I should say. Actually, all of these pairs. And Chandler Rich he started well, and again, you see the 3 circles. You can see it's still on lane talk. He is letter E. 7-2, 7-1, 8 out, all splits. Bill DeMauro.
Oh.
Where was Il DeMauro after? 9th?
He had jumped back in because he had that 130 in there, but he 2-1, 220. So he is plus 34.
Bowlers, when you're finished with game 8, please bring your scorecards to the bracket table, please. Thank you.
I know people were asking. We're getting the Game 7 update. We're going to get it posted on the Facebook page.
I'm going to try to post it just as a.
Post it in here.
Okay, I can do it. The staff was they were doing a great job for the first half, and then I'm sure they had 800 other things to do and brackets to figure out and
Food to cook. And
all those things.
Chandler with another split, non-split. Yeah, it's a tough finish. Who's A and D? Who's on this pair?
Yeah, I think one of them. No, Diana was on.
Oh, that's
35,
Rafa and Corey.
36.
Okay. So Rafa Medina up on 38. International team player. Black Cloud.
Which team?
Venezuela, I think. Okay. Corey Umbrella, I wonder if he's still in the urethane or if he got out of it. Nope, still in that black hammer. It's just striking now. So he can shoot 260. And he came in to this game minus 120. So a 260 game is going to throw him, I mean, back into the top 30? Yeah. I mean, realistically. Cole, I don't know if you're still here. I saw, yeah, you said I'm too good to not be bowling. Yeah, I'd much rather be commentating than bowling on this right now. So I'm in the right spot. Camille's going to kick me out for the next squad, but I'll try and come back later.
Yeah, he'll be around.
Yeah, I'll be here.
We'll have CT in the booth.
Absolutely.
For sure. I mean, I agree with him, though. You should be bowling.
What's your last game, Stu? All right. Stu, if you didn't hear, just let me know. He shot 150 the last game, so that's going to drop him down a little bit to the plus 50, plus 60 range.
Vote for an 8-frame tournament.
Gid, we've been talking about it all day. I don't know if Brianna told you, but if you only had to bowl 8 frames, you're the best bowler in the freaking building.
Just as an FYI, Rebecca, so the scores, if you click the link that's pinned to the top, that should take you to the, again, the tournament's event page on Facebook. And I just posted standings after 7. The tournament staff was posting through the first 4. And I'm sure they got busy. So make sure that works. It should work if you, of course, if you have Facebook.
Just heard lunch is served.
And also approximately 2:45. Again, approximately 2:45 for our next round of competition, which will be on the long pattern. Again, 2:45 Central Time, p.m. Central Time. Again, that is approximate. I'll leave it at 3 o'clock.
So this first block took about 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Pretty good with good pace.
Yeah.
Not too many on a pair. Standardish.
My ideal, I think, speed is 6 on a pair. I've always liked. You can sit down for a second. You can sit down for a minute.
Umbrella.
Oh, that's Corey. Yeah.
Yeah, letter A. Just
I mean, that's huge for him because he was minus 120 coming in.
wow. You know, he had some games though.
Yeah.
That would not indicate that was the rest of the block.
He just his
by any
last
stretch.
his last three 170, 160, 170. So I mean, he stayed committed to it. He stayed in the urethane all day.
Might be the only one who either A certainly had the look to feel good about staying in it, and or certainly even have the mindset at that moment, because it's so on this, and you feel like you were losing pins kind of quickly, right? Especially on the fresh.
Lunch is being served down in the VIP room.
Could easily just say, "No, I'm going to get out of this and go fishing."
We will return at 2:45. We'll start practice at 2:45. Gives you a little bit more than an hour, but lunch is served down in the VIP room behind 1 and 2.
2:45 p.m. 2:45 p.m. Long pattern.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Ildy bowl great tonight as well. He loves sticking his foot in the left gutter cap and just kind of throwing it over there, throwing it, you know, a little some throwing in a tunnel at the 3-pin. He won the John Juneau Southern Masters a couple years ago doing that, like 49-foot pattern or so.
DeMauro. He's had a really good career overall. Does he live in the area now?
Yes.
Okay.
He lives in Dallas. He runs a pro shop here in Dallas.
Oh, awesome.
It's called a 7 Pro Shop. It's in Lakes Lanes in the Colony, Texas. Probably about 30 minutes northwest of here. Or no, I guess we're in Plano. Probably due west.
Put in a lot of time and great work on tour.
Is that the last ball?
That should have been it.
That was it. Nobody over here.
It was the last ball indeed. And that means competition on the short pattern is officially complete here from Plano Super Bowl, 5th annual and 2025 Texas Ironman. Justin, you were here for the majority of the block. Your thoughts on kind of what we saw? What stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, scores were about what I expected. You know, the guys and girls that were prepared for this type of flat environment were highly successful. And the most important thing is just shooting spares. And I mean, I think it'll be pretty similar, even going into tonight, to make sure you're taking your time to shoot your single pins, because I don't even want to know the percentage of people that probably threw away 150 pins in this 8-game block. But yeah, I mean, I think that's the difference in a lot. I mean, not a lot of strikes being thrown. You know, some big games here and there, but across the board, I mean, outside of maybe Simo, really kind of bowled consistently all day. It was mostly finding the right pair and taking advantage of it. So see more of that tonight, I'm sure.
Yeah, give a shout out to, again, Stu Williams. Shot 300 at Game 6, the first 300 in the history of the tournament. Could there be more tonight? Perhaps, maybe one. Who knows? I do feel like we might see. I think players will get off to better start on the long pattern. They'll have a better idea of what to expect, knowing it's 53 feet. As you mentioned earlier, some of them did bowl the sweepers last night, which was also on the long pattern. So my bad. There'll be some semblance, I think, of, you know, and again, they know it's 53 feet. You're just trying to get it to the head pin and going in the right direction at the right time. Almost a simpler plan, if you will.
Yeah, you'll see a lot more congregated to the same areas, where today, like you mentioned earlier, they were kind of everywhere. So some people stayed on the gutter the whole time. Some people were sliding all the way in the left gutter. If you're right-handed, I think there's only so many places you can go on 53 feet. You got to keep it basically within the head pin of 4 or 5 boards. So that could increase scores, because there could be a track area that gets built up, but that we'll see. We'll see how that plays out.
All right, folks, that's going to do it for us here on the short pattern. We'll be back again at 2:45 p.m. Central Time, so just a little over an hour at this point. Again, just a little over an hour at this point. We will see you then. We appreciate you tuning in. As always, I want to thank Justin Bowie for hanging out, and, of course, Chris Turner Adam Vinci of PlatinumFord. We appreciate PlatinumFord and all they do. Of course, Victory Bowlers, Chris Warren's Pro Shop, K&H, Storm, and H5G. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Bowlstream TV. We'll see you back here in just about an hour's time. We'll have 8 more games on the long pattern, 53 feet. And then we'll bowl 8 more games. Top 12 will advance after the total of 16 into match play. And we'll crown a champion later tonight. Until then, you guys be safe, be well. We appreciate you tuning in. Hit the thumbs up on your way out. This has been a presentation of Short Pattern Squad 1 Texas Ironman. You watched it live and only on Bowlstream TV.